is not on.
You are
We've got a fairly full agenda tonight, and so I'm just reminding everybody that we will not start any new public hearings after 10 o'clock tonight. So if we get to 10 o'clock and there's still things on the agenda, they'll be moved forward to the next meeting. And I also want to remind everybody that we're here to provide our public comment, but we're also here to be respectful of everybody else that's in the room and provide our comments in a respectful way. This is not a place that we want to be disrespectful to our neighbors. So we ask everybody to keep that in mind as you give your comments tonight. I'm going to do roll call first. Brenda Blitman is here. Commissioner Birch.
Here.
Commissioner Exton.
Here.
Commissioner Wickstrom. Here. Commissioner Brown is absent. Commissioner Colson.
Here.
And Commissioner Roush.
Here.
So thank you very much. We've had a request from an applicant to table one of the applications, and so I'd like to hear from one of the commissioners to move that item to the front of the agenda so we could take care of that procedurally ahead of time.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Exton,
I would like to move the application to the front of the agenda.
and that's the 202101148 CUMSP SLN Planning?
Yes.
Correct. It's been moved to move that to the front of the agenda. Is there any, a second for that?
I'll second.
Commissioner Colson seconded. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay, now I'll accept a motion to table that. Is there a commissioner that wants to table? I need a motion to table it. We moved it.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Exton.
I would like to table 2021-01148 CUMSP to the next meeting.
To the March 10th meeting?
Yes.
Okay. It's been moved. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Wickstrom. All those in favor of moving this project to the next meeting, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? And so let the records reflect that everybody voted for moving the project to the next meeting. Now we'll go in order of our agenda. We have an unfinished business, which is 202102852-ZCDA MSP and Chrysalis Architecture. And the staff recommendation is to table it to March 10th. Does somebody want to?
Madam
make a
Chair?
motion? Go ahead. Commissioner Roush?
Yes, after the previous meeting regarding this item, I was contacted by the applicant regarding the project and details surrounding the project and gaining approval. As a result, I will be recusing myself from discussions and voting.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody else want to move to table this to the next meeting?
Madam Chair, move
Mr.
to.
Wickstrom.
Move to the March 3rd meeting and table item number 202102852-ZC-ZA MSP. Move it to the March 3rd,
Is
March
there-
10th.
Thank you. Is there a second?
Second.
Commissioner Exton, it's been moved and seconded to move the first item of business to the March 10th, 2022 meeting. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? No opposed and one abstained. So there's 5 of us that voted for it and 1 abstained. So thank you. The next item is 202102577 and Johanna Burchard. And I'm going to go ahead and go to Mr. Lindstrom is going to tell us about the proposal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, Commissioners. Yes, before you have application 2021-02577 CUMSP. The applicant is Gianna Buchert, as you said, also known as Dude DeWalt Sellers. So yes, before you have a conditional use permit and master site plan application for Dude DeWalt Sellers to host more events with greater attendance than the previously approved winery conditional use. This is a redesignation of the existing approved winery to also be a club, lodge, or social hall. This property is located here off of Highway 16, as you can see, north of Beacon Light. It's at 5446 North Highway 16, contains 34.60 acres. It's within the rural residential zoning district. You have an aerial of the site here. So Do DeWalt Sellers proposes, as I said previously, to allow for more events and have operations to exceed that previously approved 24 50 guest max promotional events to be held each year. This new use of the Club Watcher Social Hall does not replace that previous winery approval. So this will be in addition. All previous conditions of approval are still applicable, minus the condition that limited events to 24 per year with a 50 guest max. Do DeWalt anticipates an average daily attendance, 150 to 200 guests. Ultimately, the requirement for all parking to remain in a defined parking area will limit that daily attendance. Hours of operation will be from 10 a.m. to 10 p.m. for tastings and any events. Do DeWalt noted that events will take place in the tasting room, the barn, terrace, and production facility. You'll see here on the site plan, just to the northwest of the existing residence, they call out for the events, that to be an event center area. I will note that there was an accessory or an agricultural structure that was approved and permitted in this similar area. So I just want it to be clear that no public is allowed to be within that structure. This is specifically for ag use, storage of equipment related to the winery and growing of grapes specifically. So I will also note that ITD, or here, let me go back here. So you have your aerial here. Access to the site is off of Highway 16 where you have to turn right into the property if you're going north. ITD is proposing, or requiring rather, that the applicant provide a right turn lane into the property. And in addition, they would like to limit larger events to 15 per year. And then also, we have received comments from the Star Fire District, who is requiring them to widen their driveway, provide some turnouts as well. So those are conditions of approval that you'll see in your findings. Let me go forward here a little bit. So we already had a landscaping plan, parking plan, natural features analysis approved with the previous condition of approval. Those are all still applicable. There was some conditions about providing additional landscaping, a larger berm. Those are still all in place with this conditional use permit. The property, according to our comprehensive and regional planner, is in compliance with the future land use map, this new use as well. It will be compatible with the future land use map. And then at this time, or at the time the actual staff report was written, we did have some letters in opposition to the use. Some specific things brought up were noise, traffic, changes to rural residential character, and then also non-compliance with those previous approvals. There are some key conditions that I would like to point out. Also, as I said earlier, many times, all previous conditions are still in place from that winery. We're also proposing here, the Star Fire District would like to see that widening of the driveway with the turnouts. The right turn lane will also be required from ITD. And then any events of more than 50 people shall be limited to 15 events per year. So, as I stated earlier, the previous condition that limited them to the 24 50 guest max events per year will be removed. This new condition will now be in place, so any events greater than 50 people would be limited to 15 per year. They can still do their daily tastings and normal operations. And then prior to any events of more than 50 people, the applicant and/or owner shall provide the director in writing of that upcoming event. This is a condition that we also had previously that was more for the promotional events. It's now going to take place with these larger events. I would like to note and add these for you to add to the record after I'm done speaking here. There were some conditions of approval from the board appeal that we saw with the last conditional use permit. Those did not make it into this set of findings, but they still apply. I think it would be best if these were added to these findings as well, just so we can have one document with all the conditions of approval. So after I'm done here, if you'd like to add these, that would be great. They're specific to the master site plan and things that need to be included on that plan. Staff is recommending approval of this application with those key conditions of approval and the ones you see in your findings of fact document, and I will stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. I'm going to give Commissioner Wickstrom the floor for a minute.
Yeah, I'm going to recuse myself. I live close to this, and I'll be affected by the things that go on there, so it would be appropriate for me to comment on it.
So thank you very much, Commissioner Wickstrom. I'm going to go ahead and let the commissioners ask questions. Go ahead, Commissioner Exton.
I don't have any questions at this time, Madam Chair, but I do have a procedural question. Would we be adding the conditions from the appeal at this stage, or would that be at a potential approval of this?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Exton, Mr. Letson, would you like to provide further procedural comments?
I think Mike, well, I can speak loudly. Madam Chair, Commissioners, we would want to add those now so that the findings document is complete tonight, whatever that outcome is. So I would encourage you to include them now. So.
Just to clarify, so after we're done with our public comments, then we have a motion to do whatever, and so what you're suggesting is those conditions be added to that motion.
Yeah, Madam Chair, I would suggest adding, as a part of the motion, adding conditions from the appeal decision from the board as specified by staff in their presentation.
And that's good enough.
That would be some language that you could include, yeah, because this is
Okay.
part of the record, so everyone could see these conditions.
Okay,
And Madam Chair, even if you didn't add them, these are still in place. It's
Right.
more of a procedural item so we can have everything in one document.
One spot.
To make everybody's lives easier.
we like that.
Yeah.
Okay. Commissioner Colson, do you have questions?
Madam Chair, not at this time.
Commissioner, do you have questions?
Not at this time.
I've got a couple questions. So events that have less than 50 people, there used to be a 24 events a year max, but now you're saying there's no limit on less than 50 people. So I can have one every single day if I have less than 50 people.
Madam Chair, you are correct.
Okay. And then it says that they're expecting 150 to 200 guests, but our conditions do or do not have a limit on the number of guests.
Madam Chair, yes, so that's kind of that's kind of what they're thinking for like a daily operation that could include everything from tastings to events. So that number that they gave is more just an idea of what it's going to look like. The events themselves, anything greater than 50 people, if it is an event, would have to fall into that 15 per year category.
Okay. But our conditions right now do not include any cap on the number of people.
Madam Chair, you are correct.
Okay, so just making sure I understand. Those are my two big questions.
Thank you.
And then the applicant will come forward, and I'm going to ask the commissioners, let's try to direct most of our questions to the applicant and to the staff, and not to the people making comments. So go ahead, applicant can come forward. Give us your name and address.
Yes, I'm Jonna Bugert. My address is 5446 Highway 16, Eagle, Idaho. This is my husband, Trey. First, I want to say thank you, commissioners, for your time and your consideration, and also thank you, Connor, for all your work and involvement. I just wanted to talk a little bit about the last hearing. At the last hearing, you approved a production facility, a new tasting room, and 86 parking spaces. And as was stated earlier, as a winery, the permit allowed for 24 events and 50 people in attendance. Following the last hearing that we had before you, the then planner, Diana Sanders, approached Trey and I and told us that every time 2 or more people came to the winery to celebrate a birthday, a retirement, an anniversary, or anything like that, that would be considered an event. That was kind of disturbing, since under this interpretation of what an event was, DeWalt Cellars would probably exhaust those 24 events in a very short period of time. We asked Diana, what do you recommend? File for event status, she said. Your decision last time was appealed by the neighbors to the Ada County Commissioners. At that hearing, Commissioner Kenyon strongly advised Dew DeWalt Sellers to file for event status. So it's not that we wanted to be here. We are still here seeking a solution. We're still seeking a way to be compliant, and that's why we're here. So this is our proposal. We recommend that you approve the findings as presented with two small exceptions that align with what Idaho Transportation Department recommends, rather than the more restrictive version that Mr. Lindstrom has proposed. What we would like to see is that you would amend, and I believe it's B2 12, or 29 is the section that we're looking at. We would like to amend that language to say, advertised, ticketed, large-scale events that are set to start at a specific time and surpass 42 vehicles or 92 people in an hour, including but not limited to weddings, concerts, and ticketed shows, shall be limited to 15 a year. However, at such time that the conditions of item number 35 are met, that the director shall administratively adjust the limits above accordingly. And then if we amend number 29, we will also need to amend number 30, and that would need to say, prior to any large-scale events of more than 92 people, the applicant and/or the owner shall provide the director in writing the date and time of the upcoming event. So with those two exceptions, we go along with what Mr. Lindstrom has proposed. The entire area, Commissioners, is turning commercial. The Highway 16 connection to I-84 is soon to be completed, bringing more traffic our way. There's already an existing event center and a restaurant at Flat 16 nearby. A new golf course has just been approved in Hillsdale Estates, a subdivision located right across from the winery, with 4,600 more homes slated to be built. An auction house has recently appeared across from Flat 16. A landscaping company has appeared across the road from the neighbor's entrance, and a motorcycle track was just built across the gulch from us. The old M3 project, I think Suncor owns it now, is finally getting up and going, and there are 7,000 more homes slated, along with soccer fields, a sports complex, and a wastewater treatment facility that is going to be right next to our properties. Surely, a winery with a vineyard, even with an event center status, is a welcome addition rather than tract housing or apartments. Trey will finish our presentation, and then we'll stand for questions. But I also wanted you to know that our architect, Jay Gibbons, is also on WebEx, and he's standing by to answer any questions that you may have. Trey?
Thank you. Commissioners, my name is Trey Buchert. I'm co-owner with Jonna and my boys of Dew DeWalt Sellers. During our preliminary hearing findings, we were asked to get approvals from Central District Health, Idaho Transportation Department, and our local fire department prior to the Planning Commission's recommendations. In order for each of these departments to identify our requirements for the social hall, we needed to give them an attendance objectives based on our history at the winery, our needs as we look forward, and preliminary discussions with the planning group. We told each of the entities to base their analysis for an unlimited number of events. This is very reasonable based on the fact that the Underhill Gardens is approved for an unlimited number of events up to 550 people. We have more parking, more acreage, fewer neighbors, and are more rural than Underhill Gardens, and that we border thousands of acres of open land. A summary from each of these departments is as follows. Star Fire Department is going to require us to widen our driveway from Highway 16 to our winery. ITD is requesting a right-hand turn lane to be installed, both of these at considerable expense. This does not include the roughly $4,000 already spent with ITD for application fees and a traffic impact study. CDH suggested no changes other than to comply with CDH regulations. Based on our request from each of these departments, we have considerable funds to spend, and this does not include the installed berm between us and our neighbor to the south and the parking lot expansions that are required to meet the 86 parking spaces used in this analysis. ITD recently submitted their proposed findings and requirements for our project. Let me start by saying that we are in favor of and support their findings. These findings state that with the northbound right turn lane installed on Highway 16, ITD will allow us to have events subject to the following: that large-scale events are limited to 15 a year, defined as follows. Advertised events that are set to start at a specific time and surpass 42 vehicles or 92 people in 1 hour, including but not limited to weddings, concerts, and ticketed shows. And B, any advertised events that would be expected to surpass 250 vehicles or 575 people in a day. The purpose for item A that I just read is that ITD wants to limit the number of times, that is 15 a year, a rush of traffic arrives on site during a 1 hour period, so as to mitigate traffic impacts on Highway 16. The Planning Commission is recommended to reduce ITD's allowance from 92 to 50, which is not acceptable. We agree to install a right-hand turn lane and widen the driveway at considerable expense. So in conclusion, we accept the Planning Commission's findings with the following exceptions. And this is in alignment with the Planning Department's intent to mirror ITD recommendations, or at least I believed at one time it was. So I want to reiterate one more time what our proposal is. Item 29, we want to propose that it's stated, advertised ticketed large-scale events that are set to start at a specific time and surpass 42 vehicles or 92 people in an hour, including but not limited to weddings, concerts, and ticketed shows, shall be limited to 15 per year. However, at such time that the conditions of item 35 are met, the director shall administratively adjust the limits above accordingly. And then item 30, prior to any large-scale events of more than 92 people, the applicant and/or the owner shall provide the director in writing the date and time of the upcoming event. We are very excited about this opportunity to contribute to this great community, and we've lived here a lot of years now, providing activities for its constituents, promoting agriculture, and upholding Ada County's conservative values. Thank you.
Thank you. What questions do the commissioners have?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Commissioner Roush.
thank you. My two questions, well, I guess you've answered the findings of fact, conclusions a lot. Regarding the neighborhood meeting, what was some of the comments received, assuming people attended, and what have you taken into consideration with the application as it is tonight?
Yes, we've had actually 3 neighborhood meetings, and then we had a recent ITD meeting with the neighbors as well. And a lot of things are kicked around. I think that some of the points were hit right here on the board that was brought up earlier by Connor, and noise being a concern, and lighting's been brought up a little bit, but certainly noise seems to be the big one. So we talked about all sorts of things, potentially moving tasting room or potential event center to a different location on the property. We talked about really limited the number of times that live music is played. We've talked about a lot of different things. Maybe one of the more constructive, and I don't know what we do, we haven't had time to really test anything out, is a way to direct the noise or the live music away from the neighbors' properties, where we head more north with it, and maybe some type of a mini amphitheater, maybe it's landscaping around it. We don't know what the answers are. And we've done some things already with the big berm that we built between us and the neighbor to try to mitigate that, and it's still under construction. There's still landscaping to be done, but those are some of the items that have been discussed.
And my other question is, I'm looking at the proposed motion and appreciate the fact that you pulled from ITD for that language. And from my perspective, I'm looking at this going 42 vehicles an hour, 92 people, and I'm going, how is this enforced? How is somebody going to know that this requirement is met? It's not an event cap where you could cap, the number of attendees, the number of tickets that you sell. It's if you're going to have say a petting zoo come on site to, or whatever it might be, and you've got people coming in and out all day, is it fair to cap that one full long day event, or whatnot? So I'm just looking at that proposed motion, and seeing how is that validated or regulated without having somebody that's counting people coming in or coming out. And this might be a question for Connor, so.
Well, I guess I can try to give a little bit of an explanation. For instance, I'll just take this here. Let's do a theoretical. Let's say there was a concert. We would sell tickets because it would have a very specific starting time with it. Well, we could only sell the number of tickets that was allowed under that. That would definitely fall underneath an event and use one of our 15 events. So that would be an example right there. I mean, it would be limited. Now, I suppose it's always possible there's a straggler or staff or something like that, but I'm not including staff, in on these calculations. But certainly from an event standpoint, I mean, it would be controlled like that. If it was a wedding, I think it would be the same way. There would be limits put on it. Hey, you can have 92 people, and that's it. I mean, well, if it's over 92 people, I'm sorry, it would trigger the event status. It's not capped at 92, so I apologize about that. Same with the concert.
So I'll ask you a follow-up question, and Madam Chair, I apologize. So you're saying then an event that's ticketed or that would fall under this definition, then if it's a 4-hour event, you're taking 92 times 4, and that's the max cap of the event?
No, I don't think that's the definition.
I'm not sure I'm following you exactly. So in terms of the number of people, if we go by ITD's guidelines over the course of a day, and I think I read that earlier.
I don't think that's what he's asking.
Okay.
So
Let's go
I
back
think what
here.
you're getting at is if you're saying, do we have to do 92 people in an hour? I think what ITD's intent was there, that if you trigger an event when you have over 92 people invited or ticketed for, that's what triggers us into the large event status, whereby we would be limited to 15 of those. So it's fairly easy to determine when you're going to get, shifted into the 15. It's harder to run around and count heads, and I agree, I don't want to be doing that.
Better
Thank you.
I wondered if you had an overall max number of attendees that you would like us to consider. Because in other situations, we've said, okay, it's limited to X number of people,
Are you speaking like over the course of a day or at any given time?
at any point in time.
I can answer that.
Okay, yeah, please do.
Okay. When we started and asked for the original winery, you remember that you were the one that asked for all the parking. My feeling was, and my stance is, you gave us 86 parking spots. Let us use them. So if we're going to look at what those numbers would be, I mean, the highest end would be 4 people, which is what you gave us at the first initial winery. You said 4 people per car, and we didn't have anywhere near 86 parking spots at that time. I don't remember, maybe there was just very small. I'm not even asking you to go 4 times 86. I think that's an incredible number. I don't think that number of people would even be feasible on our property. But I think that if you let our parking decide, what our limitations are, that would be one way to look at it. Let us use the parking that you've given us.
So I didn't hear a number. And so if you guys wanted to propose a number, that's great. If not, that's fine too.
At any given time, is that what we're talking about?
Right.
Boy, don't really have a number, 250? I don't know what type of number you want to use, or do you want to use a number?
You know what? You guys are going to get a chance to talk later. I'll let you
We'll
think
talk, we'll
about
be
it.
back,
Come
we'll
think about
talk it over.
Yeah.
Any other questions? Okay, I think we're ready to go for the public hearing.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Madam Chair, I'd like to enter their presentation here into the record as exhibit number 37.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
And I will clarify, I remember the conversation when this project was here before, there was 83 parking spots, and I am a person that likes to see people not on the street, and I was under the impression that more parking is better. So I didn't specifically ask for 83 parking spots, if we want to go back and check the minutes. So we've got a bunch of people here to talk. I'm going to go with the people that I think that are in the room, and then we'll go to people on WebEx and on the phone. So Todd Weber, if you'd like to come forward, give us your name and address. And we've got 3 minutes, and if somebody else has already said your spiel, you can just say, I agree with the guy or the lady before me.
Okay, my name is Todd Weber, 1918 West Mellon Drive in Kuna, Idaho. I just want to say that being a wine club member myself, I fully support any expansion that these fine people would like to propose. The number of events that I can attend isn't always line up with what they have available, so an increase in the number of events would certainly be awesome. And also the opportunity to bring a few friends to introduce them to the winery, so an increase in the number of people. I fully support their expansion efforts. It's always been well managed at the winery, and they have a superior product to offer, which is fantastic. So I think that should cover it. I think fully in support of the expansion for this winery.
Well, thank you very much. Thanks for coming in today. Appreciate it. Michael Gaduki? I probably didn't say that right. Is there a Michael in the room? Is there Evan?
Hello, Commissioners. My name is Evan Buchert. I reside at 15670 Spring Creek Lane in Boise, Idaho. My parents, Trey and Jonna Buchert, are the applicants. Dude DeWalt Cellars is a family business based on family values. My wife and I, as well as my brother and his wife, are all involved in this family business. Someday, we hope that our children will also be involved in this family business. Dude DeWalt Cellars is a unique business at an extremely unique venue. We are a 35-acre property adjacent to only 4 private property owners. Our other neighbor, the BLM, has over 2,000 acres of publicly owned property. Truly, we cannot think of a better place for not only a winery, but also an event center to exist. If not here at this location with very few neighbors and low impact, then where else in Ada County should an event center be possible? Compare our application to another recently approved event center in Ada County, Underhill Gardens, which is in a comparatively densely populated urban area and bordered by 0 open space public property. Consider another event center, the Flat 16, which is located less than 1 mile away from our property. The Flats 16 also exists in an area with many neighbors and therefore has much greater impact. This is the case in circumstances for many event centers which exist in Ada County, like Honolulu Farms, Chateau des Fleurs, Hidden Springs Barn, Eagle Hills Golf Course, Water's Edge, the Cottage at Riverbend, Two Rivers Clubhouse, Bungalow on Boise, and the old Idaho State Pen, to name a few. It seems, Commissioners, that Dude DeWalt Cellars would be the most remote event center in Ada County with minimal impact to the least amount of people. Commissioners, we ask you to please not mediate between Dude DeWalt Cellars and our few neighbors. Please instead consider our application with objectivity and compare it with the other precedents set by the same group's decisions on other event centers. Lastly, please make a decision which is best for Ada County as a whole and all of its citizens for years to come. Thank you very much, Tom, and I'm happy to answer any questions.
So thank you. I don't think we have questions, but thank you very
great.
much.
Mhm.
Appreciate it. Is it Lane? Thank you.
Yes, Lane Buchert at 5050 West Ridge Lane in Sweet Idaho, or Emmett, Idaho address. Anyway, grew up there. Obviously, they're my folks. Just looking forward to, being able to use the property, have some fun with it, be able to provide for the community and jobs, and just, just look forward to using our liberties. So, I don't really have too much to say, but definitely for it as a kid,
Thank you very much. John and Chris Farino. And John, everybody, you get 3 minutes and Chris would get 3 minutes.
My name is John Fiorino, and my wife Christina is here as well. And we are the neighbors to the immediate south of Dew DeWalt
And
Ranch.
here's your address, quick.
That's 8600 West High Ridge Lane.
Thank you.
And we're here to testify that the activities at the Dew DeWalt cellars has negatively impacted us in our lifestyle as well as our property values. We moved into our home 19 years ago, and in that time, we moved there because it was an open area, it was rural, it was quiet, we have a private road, and there was little light or noise pollution. That was 19 years ago. On December 11, 2018, we attended a neighborhood meeting held by the owners of Dew DeWalt Cellars, at which time they informed us of their desire to plant a vineyard. Based on what we were told at the time, the neighbors said, "We have no problem with that. In fact, we look forward to having a vineyard." What was presented at the neighborhood meeting, Commissioner Birch called that initial plan the pup tent in the hearing. So what I'm going to do is just give you a quick history of what's happened since December 2018. March 2019, the conditional use and master plan showed 5 parking stalls, 1 ADA stall, hours of operation from 12 to 6, 7 days a week, and no mention of marketing promotions. May 2019, the approved at the hearing was that parking with a total of 8. Hours of operation went from 12 to 6 to 10 to 10 in the evening, 7 days a week. And the majority of the wineries in the area go noon to 5 or 6. So they've extended the hours till 10 o'clock in the evening. So now is what started what Commissioner Birch referred to as the 3-ring circus. So we went from the pup tent to the 3-ring circus. Parking increased to 83 spots from 8, a significant increase over other wineries as well. The winery was becoming an event center, and they had amplified music, outdoor music, and food trucks. Marketing promotions had increased from 12 to 24, and the number of people from 30 to 50. And these are all right out of the hearing notes. So today's application calls for unlimited number of events for Dew DeWalt with an increase from 50 to 150 people. Definitely, we're now at the 3-ring circus. Now, we are right at their border. So, I mean, we're probably the most affected by it, although we have some new neighbors that are close as well. I would just like to make one statement. As far as lack of adherence to conditions, if you look at the Exhibit A, 2G, the applicant or owner shall extend the existing 6-foot berm 50 feet to the west along the south line. That was not done, still is not done today. Also, they were to put in landscaping. So far, we have some trees that are 12 inches tall and some plants. 12-inch tree is going to take years to grow. So those conditions, in our opinion, have not been met, and those were officially called out. And I'm not sure that they were called out correctly tonight, but I would be more than happy to provide the documents to show that that was the case. So we've had negative effects from this, and we love the idea of a winery. We love the idea of a vineyard. It just has gotten out of control.
So
Thank you.
Thank you for your comments.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Chris, did you want to talk? Thank you. Thank you. Barbara Fairbanks?
Good evening. I'm Barbara Fairbanks. Keith Hill is my husband, and I'm here to share with you my concerns and my opposition.
I'm going to, can you just give us your name and address?
Oh, I'm sorry.
For the record, yeah.
Barbara Fairbanks, my address, 8602 West High Ridge Lane.
Thank you.
You know, I welcome the agriculture part of this with reasonable promotions, but there are already too many events, too many attendees, and too much noise. Not to mention the safety concerns around Highway 16, where you've got patrons that have been imbibing for sometimes hours and then leave an event and flood onto Highway 16. The small winery with 5 parking spaces that was described by the Bucherts 2 applications ago was not a problem. But if you're not familiar with the areas that we're talking about, the Dude DeWalt Cellars is on 34 acres, and the Kling Estates neighbors are on 40 acres. But we aren't spread across 75 acres evenly. We are all essentially bunched up, all 5 of us, in the high point, because that's where the good views are. And the sound carries beautifully, unfortunately, especially when the music is amplified, especially when the winds are coming the right direction. And this is why I disagree with the staff finding that because the properties are rural in nature, there's no adverse impact per goal 3.3D. And by the way, I don't think it says in that goal, well, only if it's more than 10 people or 10 neighbors. I think it's any adjacent property. We neighbors are living there, and we know there's going to be more negative impact, a lot more, if they become an event center. I do understand that the patrons of Dude DeWalt are going to be strong supporters. I understand that. I get it. They're enjoying the events, and they want more of them. I get that. But the difference is that they can decide when they do these events and then decide when they want to leave the crowds and the music and go home. And hopefully they're not going home to an event center next door making noise. We've asked the Bucherts to allow only acoustic music outdoors and to have any amplified music indoors. That hasn't happened. We've also asked them to use an acoustic shell to direct the noise away from the neighbors. We've not heard any interest about that. And it's become clear to Keith and myself as we enter the finishing stages of the house that we're building that there's not sufficient sound mitigation for our house. We look directly across a low area to the winery. It's like we're the same level as the winery, and there's a low area between us. So we do hear things. A berm and tree plantings would be helpful. And my last statement is my desired outcome would be a denial of the event center, additional conditions added to the current permit to further mitigate sound, and a clear definition of what constitutes an event. I'm not sure it's clear yet completely. So thank you for letting me speak tonight. Do you all have any questions for me?
I think we're good. Thank you very much. Appreciate you coming down. Keith Hill?
Keith Hill, 8602 High Ridge Lane.
Thank you.
Keep the current conditions, 24 events and 50 people. That level is already abhorrent to us, but keeping the current conditions at least limits the assault and damage. P&Z has seen wineries all over the county slow roll from agriculture and grape growing to full-blown event centers. That's fine if you have 1,000 acres. This is a 34-acre winery. Imagine this room being the DeWalt property. Dude DeWalt is doing every bit of their building right up against where we are. They've got tons of mileage they could use. It's not planning, and it definitely doesn't obey zoning. P&Z staff inherently is biased to get applications passed, rather than using the judgment of the 303D law. Conditional use cannot adversely impact the adjacent residential area, and I can assure you in the past 2 years we've been negatively impacted. IDT applicants get to self-report their anticipated traffic. Intentionally and willfully understated, Dude DeWalt intentionally and willfully understated their anticipated traffic to get this approval. The traffic study does not include egress at Firebird Raceway. It does not account for the Medici Hills development directly across the street from both of us, with 89 homes going in. I'm also asking you to table tonight so Trey and I can work out a 30-foot berm on my property to screen and move 8 mature trees to provide at least some mitigation to what's already happening. Events are not defined in Ada County Code. Now, that's torture for the Bucherts. However, they've repeatedly subverted the actual conditional use permit by claiming that some events are private events. When asked, did you sell wine at that private event, their rare, truthful answer recently was yes. I say go ahead and allow them 4 private events of 50 people as well. That can clarify that. Also clarify that an event that spans 2 days triggers 2 2 events. They count a 2-day event as 1 event, as they've reported so far. Keep the existing conditional use. Don't allow unlimited events. Do not increase the capacity beyond where it stands. We wouldn't like that. Bucherts won't like it. You'll be cutting the baby in half. Lastly, do not allow outside events at the new wine tasting room. They have to be inside. Otherwise, we will be assaulted. The road widening in the new tasting room will tear up 20% of their existing vineyard. This is all about the holy grape growing and agricultural process. What they're asking to do, they'll have to tear up vineyard and for the road and vineyard for the tasting room. The unlimited events of 91 is their loophole. It would trigger that number 35. If they pay for that southbound turn lane, what they're asking for in the language change would take the cap completely off. They're playing the dizzy bat race with all of us.
Thank you very much. Okay, now we're going to go to our online group. So Paul Hudson. One moment. And then after Paul, we'll have Brian Fisher and then Linda Knoll. Is there anybody else in the room that didn't sign up? Let's go ahead and we'll get your name and then we'll ask you. So Brian Fisher?
I have Paul Hudson.
Okay, I'm sorry. Paul Hudson, go first.
Okay, thank you. My name is Paul Hudson. Sheila, my wife, and I have lived at 8604 West High Ridge Lane, Eagle, for 24 years. We are one of the 4 10-acre parcels that abuts the DeWalt property on their south side. Thank you for the opportunity to be involved in such an important issue that has such negative effects on our quality of life and property values. Please remember that the majority of those who testify in favor of approval have absolutely no negative impact on their quality of life or their property values from what DeWalt is doing and asking for an additional expansion. Just as important for you to consider with the approval of the current DeWalt application before you, that the citizens who must travel Highway 16 regularly will be at greater risk because the increased activity by potentially impaired customers of DeWalt. And I might add, Highway 16 is one of the most deadly highways in the state of Idaho already. Mr. Birch, one of the Planning and Zoning Commissioners, had mentioned in a previous meeting, had lived directly across from here for 20 years. He has personal experience with the general and specific location. He stated at a previous hearing, quote, "What was originally proposed as a pup tent has now become a proposal for a 3-ring circus," unquote. He also stated that if you were to approve, which you did approve the last application, that expansion would have a very negative impact on the value of our properties. How much more damage will be done if you approve this massive expansion? We have met with ITD twice, and ITD stated that due to DeWalt's traffic study, on which ITD made their requirements based on, the fact that was based on was 15 events a year. Currently, under previously approved approval, DeWalt has approval for 24 events a year. Now they want limited events and increased attendance. Their application states, as per on your conditional use agenda, to host more events with greater attendance and a redesignation to be a club or lodge or social hall. It would be nothing less than an unrestricted event center. Their original application stated that they were an agricultural endeavor, something important to us and all Idahoans. What they are asking for now is no less than a commercial business. The commercial business has no place in a zone RR, rural residential area and zoning. Based on these facts, and without an exact definition of event, and they mentioned large events, it is impossible to go forward with approval of any portion of this application. I sincerely ask you, as the Planning and Zoning Commissioners, to completely deny this application. Thank you.
Thank you. Brian Fisher, our next person, if you'll give us your name and address. And then Linda Knoll. No Brian Fisher? Okay.
Sure, yeah.
Linda Knoll, and then Douglas Winston.
One moment.
Thank you for everybody's patience with the online stuff. We're 2 years into this. We're getting better.
I do not have a Lyndon Knoll on my list.
Okay. A Douglas Winston?
I do not have a Douglas Winston on my, or, one moment.
Is there a Tia? Uplinger?
One moment. I might have some phone caller lists. I just need to check if one of them. Is there a Douglas Winston on the phone?
Is there a Douglas Winston on the phone? Can they hear me?
No Douglas.
Is there a Tia Uplinger on the phone?
Madam Chair, we may have to wait to take our call-in users are not identified by name. So
Yeah.
I think we'll unmute folks we can identify by name and then allow our call-in users to speak at the end. That way
Okay, should we
don't-
go with the video users then?
Yes,
Just
yeah.
for now.
Yeah,
Okay.
So,
So the video users are Stephen Fabrice.
One moment.
thank you.
If you go ahead and give us your name and address, that'd be great.
My name is Stephen Fabaris. My address is 10104 West Twisted Vine Court, Star, Idaho. I just want to express that I highly support the proposed expansion, and that I am looking forward to additional events at the winery. I think it's a great venue. I think it adds to the community, and I think the operators, the owners are running just a fantastic winery. That's all I have to say.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Is there a Kent Borgman?
One moment.
And after Kent, then it'll be Haley Minder.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can. Go give us your name and address, and you've got a couple minutes to tell us your thoughts.
You bet. Kent Borgman, 634 South Redonda Way in Star. And I've heard the reference to a pup tent in 2018, and I guess I was a part of that pup tent because I was helping the Bucherts to make their wine when they first decided to branch out, and we decided we thought the wine was good enough. And turns out we weren't the only one that thought it was good, and the business grew into this so-called three-wing circus. As a small businessman myself, that's not a three-wing circus, that's success. And for a winery needs events to promote itself and continue to grow and to be a part of the community. And Trey and Jonna have just done an absolutely fabulous job at doing that. I did take the time to go and check out also. Evan had made some great points about other event centers, and specifically I looked at the Flats and Honolulu Farms because they're two of the closest. And all of their neighbors are closer than the neighbors that the Bucherts are dealing with. The closest neighbor from the tasting room of the Bucherts is 400 feet. That's almost a 1.5 football fields. The next one is over 1,000 feet. That's over 3 football fields away. And the third one that spoke is over 1,500 feet away, which is 5 football fields. They're not even close. And when you compare to what's going on with other event centers, I am highly, obviously, a support of this. I think events are extremely important to this business, and anything less would hurt this business and hurt this community. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Haley Minder,
Yes, one moment.
and then after Haley, I have Olivia Wallace.
Hello, can you guys hear me?
We can. Give us your name and address.
Yes, my name is Haley Minder. I live at 3005 West Barr Street in Boise, Idaho. I am testifying tonight in support of Trey and Jana's application. I believe that Ada County should approve this application because it's in line with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan of keeping open space and agriculture in the unincorporated areas. Wineries and vineyards are both mentioned in the comprehensive plan. And change is hard for lots of, it's hard for everyone, and it's really hard when it's out of our control. And that's what's happened in our community in the last couple of years. There's been a lot of change, and I think that the Bucherts are asking to use their private property for a use that will actually keep the area with open space and in agriculture, and being able to do that in a successful way so they can continue to keep it in agriculture and open space is important as well, being able to run it as a successful business. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much. The next person I've got is Olivia Wallace, and then Richard McDevitt.
Not have an Olivia Wallace.
Okay. And then after Richard McDevitt is Larry Corns.
I do not have a Richard McDevitt or a Larry Corns.
I have Dennis Zigrang. Zigrang,
Yes, one moment.
and then a Dennis Wells.
Oh, hello, are you there? Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead and give us your name and address.
Great. Dennis Zigrang. I live at 25752 West Deep Canyon Drive. It's approximately 3 miles west of the winery. We are club members. I am in support of the expansion. There's a few points I want to make. The definition of entertainment is kind of vague in that there are times when there would be a musician at the winery. It's just a single person playing guitar, and it's for transient customers. Some customers come at noon, some come at 3, and they pass through. I don't think that should really be considered an event because it's not a ticketed thing. There's no set time. It's more for background music. But secondly, Jana and Trey are very family oriented people, and even though their use permit allows them 7 days operation, one of the things they do that no other winery in Southern Idaho does is they're closed on Sundays because that's their family time, and I think that's a huge bonus for the neighbors, is that their weekends aren't impacted. I have exited our vehicle in the parking lot area while there was music going on. A guitarist with an amplified acoustical guitar and amplified voice PA microphone, and we could barely hear the music from the parking lot, which is obviously in between the neighbors to the south and the winery. I don't see a gigantic impact if they expand this, as long as I'm sure they will do it in a proper manner. I have full faith in.
So thank you very much for your comments. The next person is
Thank
Dennis Wells. And then after Dennis Wells, I've got Dan McAllister.
Not have a Wells.
Okay. Monica Braun? And then Dan Frazier.
This is Monica Braun. Hopefully you can hear me.
We can hear you. Give us your name and address.
Wonderful. My name is Monica Braun, and I live at 2347 North Fountainhead Way in Eagle, Idaho.
And then you're free to give us a few comments.
I'll keep this one brief because I agree with all the remarks that Kent and Haley kind of already touched on. I'm also a wine club member and very much look forward to all of the events that Dude DeWalt has to offer. So I just wanted to take some time and reach out in support of their expansions and all of their efforts. They're just wonderful business owners, and it's nice to see their success grow, and I would hate to see that stunted.
So thank you very much. We appreciate you taking time. I've got Dan.
Of course, thank you.
I've got Dan Frazier.
I do not have a Dan Frazier.
And then Thomas Tubbs.
I do not have a Thomas Tubbs.
Dan McAllister again.
Still no.
Mark Perselli.
I do not have a Mark Pesky.
Ashley Struble.
One moment.
After Ashley, I've got Jay Gibbons. Ashley, if you give us your name and address.
Yes. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Ashley Struble, and I'm representing the Idaho Wine Commission at 821 West State Street in Boise, Idaho. I'm representing them as the Industry Relations Manager. And the Idaho wine industry has over 70 wineries and 1,300 acres planted with a $210 million economic impact to the state of Idaho. The Idaho Wine Commission fully supports Dude DeWalt Cellars' efforts to host more events at the winery, and we know this is vital to the longevity of our local wineries in Idaho. In closing, the Idaho Wine Commission would like to work with Planning and Zoning to work towards a solution to starting wineries in Ada County for a smooth process for all. And that is all.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it.
You're welcome.
Jay Gibbons.
One moment.
And then after Jay, I've got Lee Parsons.
Madam Chairman, this is Jay Gibbons.
Thank you. Give us your name and address, and you'll have 3 minutes on the floor.
My name is Jay Gibbons. I am the Buchert's landscape architect. My address is 2002 South Vista Avenue, Boise, Idaho, 83705. I just want to say that I am a client of the Buchert's, and I support the application and the previous one. And so I just want to get that on record, and also just open myself up. If you have any questions as far as, site plans, landscaping treatments, what have you, with regard to the proposal, I'm here as a resource. With that, I'll stand for questions.
Thank you very much. Did you?
Madam Chair,
have
I
a
would just
comment?
encourage Jay to be a part of the applicant's rebuttal if those are questions that the commission has, so.
Yeah, Jay, as we listen to the applicant's rebuttal, you're welcome to be part of that. If they feel like there's something that's come up. I know there has been a comment about the berm, and that might be something that you can provide with them as part of the final comments from the applicant.
Madam Chairman, I'd be happy to. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have Lee Parsons?
Yes, one moment.
Commissioners. I'm at 590 West Two Rivers Drive in Eagle. Can you hear me?
We can hear you. Go ahead and tell us your comments.
Well, thank you for the opportunity for all of us to present this in a civil manner. I really appreciate that. And as a grape grower, I support this project because growing grapes alone is not sustainable. It's only sustainable when you add value to the grapes by transforming them into wine. I can't really comment on the whole issue and the two sides of the debate about events. I would say that the project is clearly in line with the Ada County Comprehensive Plan, and several portions of the plan state things such as the goal is to support prime agricultural land and small-scale specialized agricultural operations. In the goals and policies that are to be developed in the plan, it says to continue to support the agricultural industry, especially in unincorporated parts of Ada County, and support the right to farm in accordance with Idaho code, and protect the county's capacity for agricultural production, understanding that this will continually evolve and new industries may emerge over time. And furthermore, it says to continue to support the limited development of agricultural processing businesses within the county. And it clearly expanding the wine production and tasting room support all those goals and policies. And I just wanted to remind everybody about that. I know the commissioners know that, but maybe the people listening in will understand the two sides of the problem for the agricultural owners, and I understand the neighbors' issues. Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I think we've got everybody online that was on my list that was a video.
That's correct.
Okay. And then was there somebody in the room that wanted to talk?
Madam Chair, we have a couple of call-in users that are unidentified, so we'll just unmute them and have them identify themselves.
Okay, perfect. So we're going to unmute people and let them identify themselves. I don't know how they know if they've been unmuted, so
caller,
I
you're
guess
unmuted.
everybody talk and see if we hear you.
Caller, you're unmuted. Just go ahead and say your name and we'll repeat it back to you.
Madam Chair.
We can hear you.
No, this is
Oh, sorry.
Commissioner Rapp. Sorry for the confusion. I've had meetings like this. Usually I have to identify like the last four of their phone number if you're going
The
to
last
unmute
four
them.
digits of the phone
If you
number
can
so
see
they know
that.
who it is. That's a good idea.
Yeah, Madam Chair, unfortunately, WebEx doesn't seem to give us that. It would be really handy if it did.
It looks like the audio isn't working for that one. Let me try the next one.
Yeah, first call-in user didn't work, so.
Call-in user, you're unmuted. If you want to say your name, go ahead. We do have a couple attendees who registered as phone participants and are actually over video now.
Okay. Let's call whoever we can identify. We heard somebody. Is that? No?
They've already testified.
Okay. You don't get to testify twice.
Just give me one moment. I have a Julie Olson on the phone.
Julie Olson. You can hear us. Give us your name and address. There we go.
Yes, this is Julie Olson. I live at 12405 West Hidden Point Drive, Star, Idaho.
Thank you, Julie.
And I would like to, thank you. I'd like to say that I am for DeWalt expanding their business. I just attended an event there last night, which was amazing. It was for helping and supporting volunteers of first responders. So not all of their events that they hold there are just all parties. A lot of it is helping out, like first responders and uh, organizations that are 501(c) organizations as well. So they do a lot of good for the community. And then also, I have previous experience in living next to a winery when we lived up in Washington. And it can also be a benefit to live next to a winery. Hearing some of the music and concerts can be really fun. And when we sold our house there, it went for a lot of money. It wasn't considered a negative. When we had to sell our property, it was looked at as a positive because we were close to the winery and people could hear the music for free and they loved it. So just throwing that out there that it's not always a negative to be able to hear the events and the concerts. Sometimes it's a positive. So just wanted to throw that out there and say I'm all for them.
So thank you, Julie.
Thank you.
Just one moment.
We're with you. It's just a lot of pressure on one of your first nights. So
Doing great.
yeah, doing great.
I have a Sarah Keys.
Sarah Keys. Go ahead and give us your name and address, Sarah.
Good evening, honorable commissioners. My name is Sarah Keys. I live at 338 South Long Bay Way, Star, Idaho, 83669.
And so you've got a couple minutes to give us your testimony.
And it was asking me more questions on the WebEx. Thank you for the time. First off, I'd like to clarify that the applicant stated that the Willowbrook project had been approved. It has not been approved. I can verify that. Also, the Flat 16 has been there for more than 20 years. The residents and neighbors who moved in there have moved in there long after they've been in business. And the same thing applies to Honolulu Farms. They've been there for 20-ish years and the neighbors moved in later. Personally, I like the winery just as it is. What I'd like to talk about is this is an incremental approach to gain the system. They were permitted as a winery, then they came back and asked for a conditional use permit for some events. Now they're coming back and they want additional entitlements under a social hall, lodge, or club. In the Ada County ordinances, Article A definitions. Amusement or recreation facility, which they're calling it, is an establishment engaged in providing amusement, recreation, or entertainment. Indoor amusement or recreation facility shall include but not be limited to pool hall, billiard parlor, theater, health club, spa, fitness facility, nightclub, or skating rink. Outdoor amusement or recreation, as we're calling it, facility shall include but not be limited to amusement park, miniature golf, golf driving range, not necessarily golf course, drive-in theater, tennis court, football, soccer, rugby, or hockey field, skate park. In the definition in ordinance number 8-5-3-29, club or lodge or social hall, all structures shall meet the minimum required setbacks for the applicable base district, or a minimum setback of 35 feet from any public street and 25 feet from any other property line, whichever is greater. B, any food service shall be approved by the district's health district. Now, Article 8-5-3-19, bar, brew pub, or nightclub. The facility shall comply with all Idaho code regulations regarding the sale, manufacturing, or distribution of alcoholic beverages. B, the bar, brew pub, or nightclub shall not be located within 1,000 feet of a church or school property. C, for properties abutting a residential district, no outside activity or event shall be allowed on the site except as provided for in Chapter 4, Article L, temporary use of this title. Article 8-5-3-22, brewery or distillery. The facility shall comply with all Idaho code regulations regarding the sale.
So
So
Sarah,
at the end of the day, what they really look like,
if you just wrap it up in your next sentence or two.
okay, I got 3 sentences. But what they really look like more is a bar or brewery, but they aren't applying for that because that thing they want to do would never be approved under this designation. So they are trying to do is backdoor this thing by asking to be approved for something that doesn't really look like what they are trying to do because the county ordinances would not allow it. Second sentence. But it's still the use that doesn't belong in a residential district. If they were to come to you today and ask you to approve everything you've already approved in the last 2 applications and this from scratch in one bite, I suspect you would not approve it. Last sentence. But this situation is much like the frog that gets put into a pot of cold water over a flame that doesn't jump out as the heat rises. This is a well-known tactic known as incrementalism. Our request to you is that you see that this tactic and that you see through this tactic to protect the rural lifestyle in Ada County. This gives you legal grounds per Idaho statute to deny this application and note this in your findings.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. I might ask the audience to refrain from clapping. It kind of makes the energy level different. So let's not do that.
I do not believe I have anyone left.
I don't think we have anybody left online. If there's somebody that is online that hasn't talked, let us know and we'll try to do it. Is there anybody in the room that hasn't talked besides the applicant? I'm not seeing any hands. So we've heard a lot of testimony. We're going to go back to Mr. Lindstrom and ask him a bunch of questions. So which commissioner would like to go first? Anybody has questions? Commissioner Roush.
Madam Chair, thank you. Connor, just regarding the current compliance requirements, there was some information on the record about not complying with notification requirements. What are the current notification requirements? Do we believe those have been complied with? Is there known issues of being out of compliance?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roush. So yes, the applicant is required to, prior to any event they have of up to the 50-person guest limit, they are required to contact the director via letter, mail, email to notify us of that event. Mr. Hill's exhibit actually provides some detail into some of those events. That might be a good place to start for you.
Right.
I don't know if you have the exhibit in front of you, but they have notified us of nearly all of those events. I believe there was 1 or 2 that the neighbors were concerned of that they did not notify us of. But, you know, this is what I have in front of me, and I'm not fully sure if they've notified us of everything, but to my knowledge, they have for the most part.
Thank you.
I'll follow-up question on the events. How many events were recorded in the last year or reported?
Madam Chair, I believe we have 8 or 9, 10 maybe. I don't have that information.
That's okay.
Fully. Mr. Danielson handled the last application, so he's the one tracking this.
Thank you. And I'm going to ask for technical help. What's my password to log in? I got logged out.
Madam Chair.
Okay. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
What other questions do we have? Anybody questions? I've got more questions. Tell me about the requirements on the berm and the landscaping. What's the time limit on those and what's the compliance status of those things from the last application?
So, Madam Chair, as I stated previously, yes, all previous conditions of approval with the last conditional use permit still apply today. For a conditional use permit, you're given 2 years to complete those conditions of approval. If you have not met them within the 2 years, you can further apply for additional extensions. So at this time, yes, those conditions of approval, many of them actually I listed in my presentation there that actually need to be added to this appeal. They go into the berm, you know, additional landscaping. So not all of that has been addressed yet or completed, hence why there's still conditions of approval and they're still in place and able to be implemented.
So what was the original time frame of when those needed to be done?
Yes, I can do my best to find it for you.
Approximate? A year?
I mean, it's 2 years is their, from when they were approved. I know it was last year was their approval. It was sometime in the summer. Do you recall the exact hearing date?
Madam Chair, I believe it was the summer, early fall. I apologize for
Of
that.
2021?
I bet our applicants can probably tell you when they received their last approval,
Okay.
and that might be a detail they can share. I
Okay.
apologize for not having that.
That's fine. Mr. Lindstrom, can you address anything that you found in talking about the noise, like noise mitigation options that are available to the commissioners, and what kinds of restrictions we could do regarding noise, and the conversations around ways to mitigate the noise? So.
Yeah, so Madam Chair, we still have the one term of approval that talks about outdoor public, address or speaker systems shall comply with the general noise regulations. Those apply to all of Ada County residents. In addition, you are definitely able to add additional conditions as you see fit. You could restrict noise to, or outdoor speakers to certain areas of the property. You restrict it versus time, or decibel levels can be difficult, but you could go that route if you'd like. But at this time, the only true standard that we have in place is that they must comply with the noise regulations. Then also you have the landscaping and the berm that have been added to hopefully mitigate some of those impacts. But like I said, you can add additional conditions as you see fit.
Thank you. I have an additional question about the differentiation being offered that matches ITD with the 15 events with the 92 people. So when did you find out about that, and was that part of your consideration?
Yeah, Madam Chair, so we originally received a letter from ITD well back with the original submittal of this application and our first transmittal. ITD notified us that they would like the applicant to do a further traffic impact study, and therefore we tabled this application multiple months to give them time to complete that. Upon ITD's analysis and me speaking with Sarah, who was the ITD person of contact, they provided us with this letter, and then I also further notified her of their due to DeWalt's existing conditions with the 24 event limit with the 50 guest max. And so based on the 92 that she provided limit plus the traffic trips, we felt as staff that kind of adhering to that original 50 guest max would be a good place to start, and therefore call any event greater than 50 people a large event. So yes, we did receive her letter prior to the writing of this staff report and these findings. We took it into account and actually restricted things a little bit more to hopefully address some of the impacts to the neighbors. And yeah, did that answer your question?
It did, thank
Okay.
you. I just wanted to know the timing. Commissioner Roush? Do you have questions? Any other questions? This will be our last chance to ask Connor questions.
And I'm leaving. No,
Yeah.
I'll be here.
I'll ask the applicant, but I'll also ask you, is there any precedent for like limiting operations to the 6 days a week, or, because the applicant that made the comment that it wasn't used on Sundays?
So, Madam Chair, as of now, their application to us show that they would like to operate 7 days a week. And so if you did approve it, today with no additional conditions, they're open to operate 7 days a week.
From 10 to?
Yep, 10 to
10.
10. But you can also restrict that further if you like and add additional conditions to just keep it to 6 days, 5 days, whatever you'd like to do.
Okay,
Yep.
thank you. Any more questions? Okay, well, thank you very much for all of your work. And we're going to let the applicant come forward and provide, I think 15, how many minutes is it? For rebuttal?
Madam Chair, it's 5
5.
typically for the rebuttal, yeah.
So 5 minutes for rebuttal, and we also have Mr. Gibbons online too, so if you can unmute Mr. Gibbons so he's able to talk if the applicant would like him to. You've heard a lot of the questions, so.
Okay. Well, I have a couple comments here to follow up with. One you asked, I think somebody asked when our last hearing was, and it was May of last year. So looking back through my notes, and that was the appeal hearing. Again, regarding the berm, addressed that earlier. It is still in process, and we are still working on it. So I acknowledge that. And we talked about the traffic impact down at the bottom hill. We hired an independent engineering firm. We didn't do this ourselves. We paid money for it, and it took some time to get them on board with as busy as the valley is. So that was something that was done independently, so we couldn't have any bias against it. See, what else do we have? You know, it's been brought up about our impact on the community and the neighbor. The truth is, we live in the busiest place, or the fastest growing place in the entire country. We are all impacted by growth. And I think about McCall as an example. Look at the people that rush to McCall every weekend, and it's a wild, crazy place. Sometimes I wonder why people go up there, but it's growing like crazy, and it's just one of those things that is something we get here in this valley right now. And it impacts all of us, without question. You asked the question earlier about if we had given any thought to maximum number of constituents, and we talked a little bit about it back there. So if we have 86 parking spots and we figure 3-person average per car, just as a number, that'd put us at about 250 people. We'd be willing to limit 250 people on the property at any given time. So those are a couple thoughts I had. Jonna, do you have some more things on your list?
I think I would just respond to Connor was talking about, did we comply in reporting our events? That was an issue. The answer is I missed one. Everything else I think we got. There was one individual thing that we called a private event that we didn't think required to be, you know, it was a private thing that we did, and we didn't report that. But other than that, Connor, I think you missed one also that we did report. So I think it was kind of, we were pretty close. So we've been trying to comply, and we will comply with any thing that obviously you say. I think there was a question also, Madam Chairman, about how many events we had last year. Keep in mind that when we started our initial winery, the threshold was much smaller than 24 events with 50. I think we were back at 12 and maybe half of that. And we opened in May, so we didn't have a full year. And then the following year, we were having hearings, and then there was a rewrite of the ordinance that included the 24 events with 50. That didn't occur at the beginning of the year either, but we were not going to, hedge on that. We didn't know about that until after it was done and until our second hearing. So at that time, we started reporting, we started doing more events because we were permitted to have more events. So when it looks like, oh, we only used 9, part of it is that, okay, all of this is in the middle of the years, and we haven't seen a full entire year with the ordinance yet. So yes, we fully intend to make full use of our events when they're granted. So, anything else there? I guess the only other thing I'd like to address is that Mr. Lindstrom indicated that the 50-person limitation was a good start. This is our 6th hearing before either you or the Ada County Commissioners. We would prefer not to have to come back. I think that's it. I stand for questions.
Thank you very much. What questions do the commissioners have? What questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Exton.
I don't know the best way to phrase this. Have you considered erecting that acoustic shell that I believe someone brought up as part of public testimony to help redirect? And then also, what are your thoughts on no forms of amplified music? Because I know we did that with a prior winery that came before us.
Yes, we have considered some type of amphitheater or small mini amphitheaters. We haven't had time to test anything out yet or give it a try. We have turned and directed music away. A comment was made up that we had talked at one of our previous discussions with the neighbors about not having any outdoor amplified music. This was back in early November. And we have honored that. We have done it, and it appears that noise is still an issue, even when we're indoors. So even if we were to turn the music away, put up some type of a amphitheater of some type, I mean, it's just, I think people are gonna hear music of some type, no matter how quiet it is. So, but we're still willing to look into it. We're gonna try some different things and see what we can do to mitigate sound. We're very conscientious about it, we really are. We try to keep music low, so.
Thank you.
Any other questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead,
I'm-
Commissioner Roush.
So just to build off of Commissioner Exton's, it sounds as if you've voluntarily honored an outdoor amplification of music. Is that something you'd be okay with adding into the exhibit?
No, no.
Okay. And then Madam Chair, I have another follow-up question. The 250 people at any given time, is that for the 15 events or for unlimited number of events throughout the year?
What's the question?
Yeah.
So the 250 person cap, was that for, because as the findings of fact are tonight, it's limited to 15 events.
That could be for anything.
Okay.
The 15 events plus the unlimited rest of them, yes. We would limit the 250, and we would be willing to do that for all events.
For anything, we've only got so much parking.
Right. So are you
Go
saying?
ahead, Commissioner Roush, go ahead and clarify.
Madam Chair. So my understanding is that as of today, you've got the tastings, that's an indiscriminate number of people that can attend those events.
Right.
Then you have 24 promotional events that are capped at 50 people.
Correct.
And then this application is for the event status. And this commission has been proposed a recommendation to limit not unlimited events per year, but 15 events per year, based on ITD because of the impact on the traffic. So those 250 people would be for 15 events. So that would be the cap. 15 events that have 250 personnel.
Correct.
Okay. Thank you for following me with that
Thank
one.
you. What other questions do we have?
I'd also like to point out that we volunteered to do the right turn lane that ITD is requesting.
Traffic is a big deal. I have a question about, we've heard the testimony of your neighbors regarding the berm and the landscaping and what you have planned, and I wondered if you could address some of that.
Yeah, sure. We've got most of the berm in. We have not extended it the extra 50 feet to the west yet. We'll work on that here this spring. We have some irrigation put in already and some trenches dug. We've got a tiny bit of landscaping, but there's most of the landscaping is still yet to be done. We just got a little bit of a start on it this fall. So it's still in process. We acknowledge it, and it was a busy fall last fall.
And the berm was raised at the request.
And we also, per the last request, we raised the berm another couple 50 feet, or couple feet. Couple 50, a couple feet.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
What other questions do the commissioners have? Okay, I think we've asked you all our questions we're going to ask. So
Okay.
thank you. And we appreciate everybody coming down to talk, and we appreciate the people being online. I'm going to make, I don't think there's anybody else that's going to talk, so I'm going to close the public hearing and ask for a motion from somebody on the commission. So who wants to start with a motion? And it can't be me, so.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Roush.
Madam Chair, first of all, I'd like to request Connor to bring up his PowerPoint presentation with the 4 or 5 items.
Thank you, Connor.
Madam Chair, I move, based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law and the testimony this evening, the Commissioners move to approve project number 2021-02577 CU-MSP, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A in the master site plan dated September 27th, 2021, with the following changes. To number 29, any event of more than 50 people shall be limited to 15 events per year and capped with a cap of 250 attendees. Number 46, the applicant and/or owner shall submit a lighting plan that complies with the requirements of Article 8-4H of the Ada County Code. Dimmers or motion sensor lights are required to allow the lights to go off at night when the production facility is not in use. Number 47, the applicant and/or owner shall submit a new plan showing the tasting room and associated patio located a minimum of 125 feet from the southern property line. Number 48, the applicant and/or owner shall construct an additional 2 foot on the 6 foot berm for the area along the new tasting facility, 50 feet from the eastern edge of the existing berm from the southern property line. Number 49, the applicant and/or owner shall extend the existing 6 foot berm 50 feet to the west along the southern property line. And 50, the applicant and/or owner shall move the production facility to the north a minimum of 50 feet from the current proposed location.
Thank you. Is there more? Commissioner, is there a second?
I'll second.
Been seconded by Commissioner Colson. Now we get an opportunity to discuss. Commissioner Roush, do you want to talk about your motion first?
Madam Chair, yes, thank you. So I'm always on the fence on projects conditional use permits. They're a permissible use with a conditional use, and the intent is that we place restrictions on those uses to help mitigate the concerns while still allowing those owners, those landowners, to exercise their rights. I appreciate the suggestions and ideas that are brought forth that we can implement as a commission. Those constraints that we can put while still allowing them to use their land, that I appreciate that. I have a lot of, I'm thankful for that. So, this, I think, there was the terms pup tent to a 3-ring circus, and the way I see it is business growth. There's Fortune 500 companies out there today that started off in a garage or started off as a small entity, and the growth, while incremental, is also something that is the product of a successful business. And I think, between balancing, placing reasonable constraints and allowing a successful business to continue to be successful is an important balance.
Thank you. Does somebody else want to talk about their thoughts about this?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Exton?
Commissioner Roush, I just had a quick question about the motion. I know the applicant requested item 29 and 30 to be modified. I was just curious if you also wanted to modify 30 or if you were happy with it being at the current language of notifying the director if it's going to be more than 50 people.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Exton, I think that notification requirement that they're proposed was more along the lines if it was the ticketed event. And so I don't think it's necessary to change.
I agree. I just wanted to see your opinions on that. But I also do agree with everything you said, about trying to find that balance, and one thing with the conditional use, is I believe there is that 5-year limit, or is that just kidding? Never mind. But I do think that, with all of these added conditions, I think it will be able to find that balance. And I do think, with the addition of the berm and the mature landscaping when it's mature, plus the additional feet that the applicant has added on their own volition, I do think that we'll be able to provide that nice compromise there to allow the applicant to, use their land how they want.
So thank you. What other comments do the commissioners have? Commissioner Birch? You've been quoted quite a lot tonight.
Pardon me?
You've been quoted quite a lot tonight.
I have been quoted a lot. Whether or not the Bookerts have a successful business and whether or not it's popular is not the question tonight. When a project cannot be done by right, and that is when it cannot be done without a change in law or without a special exception to the laws that already exist, it comes before either this body when it's an unincorporated Ada County or before the Ada County Board of County Commissioners. Two questions arise that are fundamental. First question, staff answers, and that is, can the project be done? The second question, this body answers. These unelected citizens that sit on this board. And that question is, should the project be done? The characterization that this has been an incremental increase in what has been allowed in this area for the Buchert's property is absolutely correct. When this came before this body in May of last year, the residents that are nearby, and every one of those residents that are nearby, opposed the project then and opposed the project tonight, expressed concern about the damage that would be done to their property if this was approved. That has now come to pass. And tonight, we're being asked to make another giant leap as far as what is going to be allowed here. The question that was raised at the last meeting was, who do we represent? We're not here to advocate for any possible business that can be done on somebody's property. We are here to see whether or not a balance can be struck between the existing uses and what is being proposed. And I believe no balance can be struck by what is being asked tonight. Already, considerable changes have been allowed to existing law to allow the Bucherts to do what they have done. They have been successful at what they have done. But to greatly magnify the damage that has already occurred to the residents is unconscionable. I won't approve it, and I surely hope that the other members of this board will not approve it. Whatever is done tonight unquestionably is going to be appealed to the Ada County Board of County Commissioners. The last time this came up, we approved something that was appealed. It's going to be appealed again, but this time with this giant leap that's being requested, I hope that we will say no. And when it's appealed, let the Ada County Board of County Commissioners know that we disapproved the action.
Thank you, Commissioner. What other comments do the commissioners have? Commissioner Colson?
No, I'm good. Thank you.
One of my comments is it's unclear to me, so if, one of the things that I think we need to consider is including the current event limit of 24 small events per year for the winery with the 50 guest minimum. And I guess I'll look to Commissioner Roush. Did you think that the findings included that or not?
Madam Chair, can you restate your question?
So the winery rules say that you are only allowed 24 small 50 guest maximum events per year. And so in the last time we had the planning and zoning meeting, that one had 24 of those small events, plus we had 2 large events. In this example, my understanding is that if we approve it the way it's written, it's unlimited small events with just 15 large events. And so I'd like to clearly add a condition that we're going to say that if we were going to vote for it, I would want that condition that there only be 24 small events. That would be one of the things that I would want people to consider. I understand Commissioner Birch's comments about it feels like a lot's happening fast, and it'd be nice to get some things done to build goodwill with the neighbors before we do the next big thing. And so I can understand that it hasn't been the 2-year period yet, but there's a lot of things that aren't done. And part of that's the labor shortage, part of that's the weather, part of that's the time, but there's a lot of things that aren't done from the last time this was here before. So we could deny it and give everybody a chance to get some of those things done, and then have it come back and not and be in a different spot. I also am a big advocate for personal property rights, and so it's hard for me to tell people what to do with their property if it's allowed by the code. But I'm feeling like there needs to be a lot of restrictions if we're gonna say yes tonight. I'd like to see the hours reduced. I'd like to see the number of days of the week, and I'd like to see these 24 small events put in. But I certainly can understand the trade-off for the 15 large events for the huge expense to do a turn lane on Highway 16, and we all know Highway 16 is gonna need work. So, those are some of my comments.
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roush.
Madam Chair, I want to maybe clarify something from my previous statement. I understand, I have a lot of respect, and I in no way was trying to make a mockery of previous statements. And my concern is with a conditional use, or as often referred to in the Local Land Use Planning Act, is special use permits, is we have to find that these applications are in direct conflict with the comprehensive plan. And our comprehensive plan, I think the staff exemplifies that this is the type of project that the comprehensive plan looks to in unincorporated Ada County. And so to deny it and for it to be a taking, we have to find that this project doesn't comply with that, is my understanding of the standard that we're held to. And again, being held to that standard is the reason why adding in these restrictions is so important, because we have a left and right limit that we have to operate within. And so that's my understanding, and that's my position and where I'm coming from.
Thank you. I want to add one more comment. I mean, one of our other conditional use permits, we asked the applicant made it a condition that they had to do a sound study in cooperation with the neighbors, and that might be something to consider here. What other comments do you guys have?
Madam Chair,
Yes.
echoing off of your previous statements, I do think that it would be not in the neighbor's best interest, but in our best interest to either add that sound study or possibly add another restriction to have no amplified equipment of any kind, whether it is hardwired or portable. I do know the applicant expressed that they would prefer not to have that. However, I do think that would be a way, again, to kind of have a nice compromise between what the neighbors have voiced as a concern, in addition to some form of sound direction, I guess is the right term, like an acoustic shell or some other way to direct the sound more away from the neighbor properties.
Okay. What other comments do we have? So at some point, we're going to have to vote on the motion that's on the floor and either approve it or not approve it, and then decide if, or somebody could amend the motion if some of these things that have been discussed, they want to amend the motion. I won't make my own motion, so if I've mentioned anything that one of the other commissioners feels like is important, then we would add it to the motion.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
am I allowed to make a motion to amend the motion, or does that, okay. I would like to amend the motion with the restriction of no music amplifiers of any kind, hardwired or portable, some form of acoustic shell or other structure to be determined between the applicant and the planning department and approved by them. And if you don't mind me asking, what were some of the other things you brought up?
Oh, just the limitation on the 24 small group events.
I'd like to also see that, the limitation of 24 small events, and I would like to see in the code operating hours specifically between Monday through Saturday from 10 to 10, so they are not allowed to operate on Sunday. On like a,
Okay.
yeah.
Well, at least we got something to talk about. So Commissioner Exton is suggesting to amend the motion with no music amplified or working with staff to consider some structures to better mitigate music or sound, and to limit it to the 24 events that's currently in the winery, small winery regulations, the small 50 guest limit events, and then restrict the operating Monday through Saturday, 10 to 10. Is there a second for that amendment? It's going to die for lack of a second. Okay. So would we like to vote on the first motion, or do we want to, any other comments?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Colston?
as a property owner and a business owner as well, I see both sides of this, and I understand what everybody's trying to do here, and we can't stop the growth. And it's coming, and Commissioner Roush, with Ada County and everything already staffed, showing that it's in their comprehensive plan. I mean, a lot of those things, it's gonna, I just think that, for me, I think that there's a lot more moving parts that need to be defined. And I think they need to, I think it's too vague. I think it's too tough for me to really vote on. Just for my whole reason of where's the line drawn in the sand? Where is 250 people, I get the 15, then we're at the 24. I think, there's got to be some more proposals of what we're actually, I see there's too many holes, is what I'm afraid of. And I'm afraid that we're going to end up having more issues with people complaints or something later on with those holes. So I think those holes need to be looked at and tried to fill to help the county in a whole.
So thank you for your comments. What other comments do we have? So our choices are we've got the motion in hand, we can vote to approve it. And then if that vote is voted yes, then it becomes approved. If it's voted no, then we have to come up with another motion. So we have to approve it, table it, or deny it. Those are our three choices. So I don't see any further discussion. We're going to go ahead and vote on the motion that's on the floor that Commissioner Roush presented. All those in favor of this motion, please say aye. And all those opposed, please say aye. I'm going to oppose it.
Or nay?
Nay, say nay. How many nays do we have?
Nay.
Nay.
Are you voting at all? You're abstaining? Okay, so the motion fails with the nays. So I'm going to open up the floor for another motion. Either vote a motion to pass it, a motion to deny it, or a motion to table it. Remember, if we table it, then we have a whole new public hearing.
That was going to be my question. If we deny the motion, can't the applicant come back with a different proposal? Or would the right approach be to table it? And then they come back with conditions that might be more acceptable to the neighbors or to this body?
You know, in my past experiences, if we table it, it opens up the whole public hearing process again, and it might be something that's more compatible, but it just means that the process opens up again, and it still ends up with the board, at the Board of Commissioners, if it's a really contested issue. So it gives everybody more time to figure things out, but it just adds time to the process, since we're not the ultimate decision makers. But I'm okay with that.
And Madam Commissioner, what I would like to see is I would like to see the applicant work closely with these people that are the direct neighbors of this project and come back with something that the neighbors can say, even if they don't say we're entirely happy with it, could say we could live with it. Because what I understand from what has already been said by the neighbors is they could have lived, not happily, with what was approved last time. And I don't think that the neighbors, and I can't speak for them, but the neighbors are right here, I don't think that they really believe that having 2 or 3 people show up should count as an event. And so that was problematic because, as the Butchers said, they had a couple times when just 3 people might have shown up, and that would cross off a large event that they would have liked to have had to promote the business. But then jumping to events that would have 250 people, I mean, the obvious impact to these people that live right next door is, it doesn't even require discussion. And I agree with Commissioner Colson. I've got acreage as well. And I, however, am not going to put a pig farm on my acreage, even though I might be able to, because I know what that would do to the neighbors. And this is not a pig farm, I recognize that, but it does have a direct adverse impact on those people that have lived there a long time and did not raise objections when the winery was proposed. And so what I would like to see is, at a minimum, if we don't deny it, is to table the motion and invite the applicant to come back after trying to reach some agreement with those people that are in the neighborhood immediately to the south of their project.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. Is that in the form of a motion, or is that just a discussion?
That was just a discussion.
Okay. So we're open for more discussion or a motion?
Madam Chair,
Mr. Coulson?
I'd like to put before, this is the first time doing this here, so put together a motion to table project number 202102577 dash CU MSP. I don't know if I did that correct.
You did great.
Okay.
To the next meeting?
Yeah, to the next meeting, or when the applicant, yeah, to the next meeting, because they can choose to move it however they need to.
We've got a procedural, I think we have to say the exact
Okay.
meeting is
Yeah,
going to.
Madam Chair, yeah, definitely, I'd like to hear the hearing date, but also we'd like to know if there's going to be public testimony, if tabled, is it going to be closed testimony for only a few things? So If you could just clarify a little bit more, that'd be great.
Okay, so in the past, if there are specific issues that we want to address, we limit public testimony to those specific issues. So the issues might be limited to landscaping, or the issues might be limited to noise, or the discussion might be limited to some specific issue, so that it isn't a complete open public hearing again. It's only on those issues that we're asking the applicant to deal with. So, Commissioner Birch?
Maybe there's a middle ground. I don't think we need to have a public hearing where we hear all the accolades about how wonderful the Buchert's business is. We already know that it's wonderful. I think what we do need to hear from, though, is the neighbors, and we need to hear from the Buchert's. And so what I would like to do is, if it's tabled, when it comes back, to have it open for the neighbors and the Buchert's to have a discussion. And if there's somebody else that the Buchert's need in support of what they're proposing, then they could do that. The issue is the operation of their business. And that operation includes light, noise, hours of operation, all of those things.
Commissioner Colston, you have the motion. Are you willing to have it be conditioned on those items?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a second for Commissioner Colston's motion?
Second.
Second, Mr. Birch. Commissioner Birch. So I think the staff will have enough guidance to say this is what the discussion will be limited to. The motion is to table this till the next meeting, with the understanding that the applicant and the neighbors, the immediate neighbors that are adjacent to the property, are the people that we will be asking for input from at the next meeting.
Clarification, the neighborhood that's adjacent to the property. The neighborhood that's adjacent to the property is immediately south of it. And so we're not talking about people adjacent that abut the property, but people that would be impacted by the property.
Okay.
Madam Chair, I would ask, we might need to come up with, I think that's one way to approach it, but where a neighborhood starts and stops could be a little challenging. The adjacent property owners is certainly something that we can handle, but if you'd like to extend that out 1,000 feet to meet the noticing requirement or something along those lines.
This neighborhood is pretty clear. There's an entrance to it off of Highway 16, and I can't remember how many roadways are up in there. I see one of the neighbors is raising their hand. They could probably tell us how many people are in that neighborhood. But it is a very discrete neighborhood that's just off to the immediate east of Highway 16 and up that hill.
I think that's we've got it pretty narrowed down. So we've got a motion on the floor to table this motion, to give the neighbors and the applicant an opportunity to discuss noise mitigation and other operating mitigation opportunities. Is there any more comments?
Madam Chair,
Go ahead.
just to confirm, the next meeting date is March 10th, correct?
The next meeting date is March 10th, 2022. Go ahead.
And one
Commissioner
other
Birch.
question. Even though the meeting is March 10th, if the applicant chooses, they could ask for that to be tabled to the next meeting or whenever, correct?
And that's normal process. So the applicant tells the staff, and then generally the commissioners provide opportunity for people to work through things and table it. So I've never seen us not approve a tabling. So, but we don't table it in advance. We table it when it happens. So that's good. Any other comments from the commissioners? Okay, I'm going to call for a vote. All those in favor of tabling this motion to the next meeting, please say aye.
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 Yeah, aye. And all those opposed? And I'm going to oppose it not because I think tabling is not a good idea, but because I think it's going to end up in the same spot anyway. But we're giving everybody the extra chance to table it and take care of it, and I think that's a good choice too. So it's 3 for, 1 against, and 1 abstained. Or 2 abstained. So it passes. It's tabled. Yay! Thank you very much. Before we go into the next one, we're going to take a 5-minute break. because we had a lot of water before we started. So, thank you. back online, except for it went away. Push me twice.
Nice share.
Okay, this is new business number 202-103-172. And I'm going to let Ms. Sanders introduce the project. And I'm hopeful that Ms. Sanders will help me with the name of the applicant.
Hold on just a moment, please.
And looks like the applicant's in person.
Madam Chair, you wanted to know the applicant's name?
That would be great.
Okay, I'm hopefully won't butcher it, but I believe he's here. It's Tamerlan Akazakov,
It's a CAFA. Okay.
or close to it.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Okay, project number 2021-03172S-PR. It is a preliminary plat and a private road application for 3 buildable lots and 1 common lot that will be used for the driveway, or for the private road. The property does have split zoning and is within the Southwest Community Residential District and the Estate Residential District. So the property is along Columbia Road, and it is located right here. We do have a canal, the major canal, going through the southern boundary of that. So the property up in the yellow is the RSW. The purple is the R1 district. Each of the lots that will be in the RSW will be 2.5 acres. They do meet the requirement. They are proposing 9.31 acres within the R1 district. So they do have the 2.51, 2.52, and 932. The private road has 1.06 acres, but it is just an easement or a common lot that will be maintained by all 3 properties. One of the things ACHD wants the access for the existing home on Columbia to come over and take access from the private road. So that is, they would have to meet ACHD's requirements. So the applicant, the key conditions of approval are for them to submit approval from the Boise Fire Department. Prior to final plat approval, the private road shall be inspected and approved by the county engineer. They will need to get a street name, and they must comply with ACHD requirements. ACHD is a signer on the final plat. So staff is recommending approval of the preliminary plat and the private road, and I'll stand for any questions.
Thank you very much. What questions do the commissioners have? No. I've got a question about the fire. Can you explain the fire requirements from the fire department? And can you help me with the water? Like, where's the water coming from for this property?
So
like drinking water, you know?
Madam Chair, they will be putting in individual wells for the property. And on the report, let me go to that. They will have to meet Boise Fire Department requirements, but it wasn't a major issue, if I recall. They will be putting wells in. There is no water available in that area, and sewer is not available. Boise's taken this stance. They're no longer providing sewer in those areas, so they will have to work with the with Central District help on any septics.
So private sewer and private, septic system and a well.
Correct.
Okay, thank you. What are the questions? Mr. Wickstrom?
You answered my question about the access for the front house.
Okay, access for the front house. Any other questions? I think we're good. We'll go ahead and ask the applicant to come forward and state his name and address, and then give us your comments, and we'll ask you some questions.
My name is Timirlana Kazakov. You can call me Tim. It's a lot easier. I live on 10903 West Columbia Road in Boise, 83709. And like Diana explained everything, that's what we plan to do. And I'm about to get anytime soon approval on the well, because they told me I go through all their stuff and just wait on the final word to get the permit and find the well driller to drill a well. And talked to Central District Health. They told me I shouldn't have any problem to put a private septic system.
Perfect. What questions do we have for the applicant? Go ahead.
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Two questions. So the first question is, were you at the neighborhood meeting? Were you the one that conducted it? And if so, did anybody show up or?
Yes, there was some, I don't remember how many, 8, 9 people show up, and I have a list who show up and sign it. Their main concern was like if I'm planning to put some kind of a storage on my property or some kind of any public access, and which I told them no. And some people asked me if I'm able to upgrade my fence line, and I told them it's not like my priority to upgrade, but eventually I will do it. Matter of fact, I'm already have a new fence, but I just need time to put it in. Yeah. But it's only that kind of concern, and I told them, no, it's not gonna be any public access or any kind of like a storage area.
Okay. And then, Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
My other question, the findings of fact, have you had a chance to review that, and do you have any issues or concerns with meeting those requirements?
No, I don't. I mean, whatever the county told me to do, I follow up. And same thing with the highway district. I think at one point where they want to put where we want to put the road, it's already been pavement up there. I think there was somebody already tried to do in the past, but the road was never built.
Okay.
But whatever they ask to do, I have to follow up.
Madam Chair?
Go ahead.
Yeah, so the issue with moving the house that's there right now, they want you to take off of the new private road.
No, actually, because that existing house right now, they have their driveway, it's come from the Columbia Road.
Uh-huh.
But the new private road, it's going to be access for 2 new lots on the back.
Okay, so
Go ahead, Commissioner Roush.
Madam Chair, thank you. So that's one of the conditions of approval from, I believe Diana said it was ACHD was taking access from the, and that's not inside our control, that's an ACHD condition of approval, but I guess that's more of a statement than a question for you.
Well, I mean, if you look on the satellite map, you already see the driveway existing. It's attached to Columbia Road. I mean, I don't even know how I can run the other road around because the house facing to the Columbia Road. Not so. I mean, it did make sense if they want me to make a new road and go all the way to the existing house.
So we're going to talk to Diane, and then we'll come back and ask you some more questions.
Okay.
Does anybody have any more questions?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner
Thank you,
Wickstrom.
Madam Chair. Is there going to be a written road maintenance agreement for that private road?
Well, it's gonna be what I put on the when I submit all the paperwork, it's going to be maintained by the property owners. And I will be property owner of all the 3 lots.
Oh, okay.
And it will be me and my kids staying there. So, and for now, because I don't want to put specific name on it, I just say the property owners, they will take equal share to maintain that road.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. I think we're going to ask Ms. Sanders some questions, and we might come back. Thank you very much. Is there anybody else in the room that would like to testify either for or against this project? Okay, Ms. Sanders. I'm hoping that you can clarify the ACHD requirement for the applicant.
Madam Chair, it does say direct lot access to Columbia Road is prohibited other than the access that's specifically approved with this application. And they do talk about, let me go up to the other section. Close the existing 18-foot driveway onto Columbia Road located 62 feet west of the site's east property line as proposed. So they will require that existing driveway onto Columbia to be closed, and that property and that home will have to take access off from the private road. So they will have to relocate their driveway.
Yeah, and that's pretty standard on these kinds of projects from what I've seen from ACHD. So what other questions do the commissioners have for Ms. Sanders? Okay. Is there any other comments that the applicant wants to make? Okay. I'm going to go ahead and close the public testimony. Is there a motion from the commissioners? Either for or against or table?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead.
Madam Chair, I move to recommend approval of project number 202103-172S-PR to the board based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing, subject to the conditions of approval as attached as Exhibit A.
It's been moved and seconded to approve this project. Commissioner Wickstrom seconded it for the record. What other comments do we have now that we've got a motion on the floor? Any comments for or against? I'm going to go ahead and move to the motion because I don't see there's any comments. Everybody that's in favor of the motion, please say aye.
Aye.
And I'm going to say aye. And anybody opposed to the motion, please say nay. So let the record reflect that 6 commissioners voted for the motion and it passes. So thank you very much. We'll go to the next item, which is 302-103-161 MSPCU Blacks Creek Limited Partnership. And Ms. Sanders is going to be our project presenter. Thank you.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, this is a conditional use for a 10-mile microwave antenna project to construct an 80-foot tower to support Suez Water's internal communication. The property is within the Rural Preservation District. The site also has an existing 80-foot tower located on the property currently. The site is at the top of Pleasant Valley Road. There are multiple gravel pits and other hills around that area. So what they are planning is the existing cell tower is located at this location. They are putting a new cell tower at this location. It is only going to be 80 feet tall. So we looked at how far is it from existing homes. It's close to a mile away if you draw a straight line. So the closest is off from Holly Lynn. Oops, sorry. And then this is the Paragon facility. That is about 3/4 of a mile. And so the conditions of approval, they shall obtain written verification from the Federal Aviation Administration, the chief of the Idaho Bureau of Aeronautics and Boise Airport. They will have to receive a building permit, and the applicant shall submit for a final inspection from the county engineer. So we look at the land use and make sure that it meets our code. We don't look at the technical issues of the cell tower. And the FCC is the one who regulates the towers as far as their transmission. So we do not look at that.
Thank you very much.
So staff is recommending approval of this tower, and I'll stand for questions.
Sorry, thank you very much. I was jumping the gun. What questions do the commissioners have? Commissioner Wickstrom.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So it's, there's an existing tower out there right now, and so there'll be 2 towers out there. Are they going to take down the one?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wickstrom, they are not proposing to take down the other tower, and this is for their internal communications.
Could you show on your, just on your overhead, yeah, that's it, right there. So that's the, no, yeah, one right there. I'm just trying, I know ours doesn't show the exact location of where the tower is going to be. I was just curious. Okay, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. What other questions do we have? So I don't see any more questions, so I think we'll hear from the applicant.
They're over WebEx.
Okay.
Hi, yes, I would like to testify.
Are you the applicant?
Yes,
Okay, perfect. If you'd identify yourself and your address?
my name is Jessie Shockley. I live at 8297 West Pamela Street, Boise, Idaho, 83714. Good evening, Madam Chair and Commissioners. Diana did a great job explaining the project, and she has been wonderful to work with. We have reviewed and we agree with the findings of fact and conditions of approval. We don't have any changes. I'm happy to stay on the line and answer any questions.
Thank you very much. What questions do the commissioners have? Commissioner Roush.
Madam Chair, no questions. Thank you for addressing my usual concerns with the findings of fact. And I did take note that there was no attendees at the neighborhood meeting. So, this is a bit of a process but it's an important process, and sometimes it feels maybe redundant or thankless. So thank you for, still complying.
Yep, we understand. Yeah, we think it's important too.
Any other questions from the commissioners? I've got a question about like you already have a cell phone tower, so there's going to be a second cell phone tower, or is one of them going away?
Madam Chair, thank you. The existing tower is to remain for the antennas that are currently attached to that tower. The new tower are for new antennas.
Okay. What other questions do the commissioners have?
Madam Chair. Thank you, Madam Chair. On the way it's located, it's right there where that pivot goes around. Is there going to be any interference with existing ag use that's there when that pivot comes around, or is it?
Commissioner, thank you. Can you please clarify the pivot?
I'm sorry, I thought I was the only city boy here. With the sprinkler system for the ag use that's there, the pivot is the sprinkler that's going to swing around there. It looks like there's 2 of them, and you're right there at the apex of them. Will that sprinkler system interfere with the tower is my question, to simplify it.
Yeah, the picture that we have is the scale is pretty hard to see.
Oh, I understand it now. Thank you. Commissioner, this property has a fence, and we are inside that fence line.
Okay.
I don't believe the pivot will interfere with that tower. As far as water hitting the tower, that's fine, but I don't believe this tower will interfere with either pivot.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other questions? Thank you very much. We'll ask you to stay on the line, and we're going to ask other people for questions. So we've got several people here in person and several people online. We'll take the in-person group first. Linda Mansfield. Wendy DeHaas.
Not here.
Stephen Hubert.
He's online, ma'am.
Okay.
I do not have a Stephen Hubert online.
Okay.
Linda Mansfield online, though.
Okay, super. Let's hear from Linda. So Linda, if you could give us your name and address and then a few comments, that'd be great.
I'm sure we do have Linda with us, but I'm not hearing her. She's unmuted, so.
So we go to next person and maybe come back.
Back to
So
Ms.
do you guys have a list of who's online? Because I've got a long list here and.
Yes.
I know, I think.
Sure, this is in-person attendance as well. This is in-person testimony.
Okay, let's go ahead and go to some in-person testimony. We've got Kevin Klaus.
Good evening, Council, Commission. My name is Kevin Klaus. I am a former Air Force officer. I served as a captain and Air Force physicist, and I was assigned to the Program Executive Office for Intelligence, Electronic Warfare, and Sensors. I developed and also tested various directed energy weapons and electromagnetic sensors that were deployed in the Sunni Triangle during my service in Iraq. I also did consulting for the National Academy of Science. I hold a master's in physics. This last summer, on August 13th, 2021, the United States Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia Circuit Judges in favor of environmental health groups and petitioners found that the FCC violated the Administrative Procedure Act and failed to respond to comments on environmental harm. I have a copy of that order, and I'd like to submit it to the Commission. Okay, previous councils and committees have relied upon the FCC as a decision-making authority regarding safety issues of microwave radiation emitters, and as can be seen, this is no longer the case. This can no longer be the case. This is my third time offering public testimony regarding this issue. I still have questions that I cannot find satisfactory answers to. And I hope that this honorable commission takes into account these following questions. Number one, where are the detailed technical specifications for this tower published and available for public review? What is the exact effective frequency range and intensities and waveforms that it will emit in the actual environment? I'm glad one of the commissioners brought up the location of a pivot. That pivot is that pivot made of conductive material? Is it a metal? Because that will retransmit whatever's being impacted upon it by whatever microwave or RF radiation frequency. What are the considerations for this type of environmental multicasting? Number two, what security measures are in place preventing internal or external parties from hijacking or hacking this hardware or network software to command and control this system and compromise security? Number three, and final, Recently, both Boeing and Airbus have urged the Biden administration to delay the deployment of new microwave systems in the 5G spectrum. This particular tower falls in the 5G spectrum at 6 gigahertz. Has the owner of this proposed system addressed this matter, since this 10-mile tower, meaning that it has a range of 10 miles, is within 6.5s of Boise's International Airport? Okay, my friend, who I'm here with, has a house that is close to this tower. What measures are being taken to ensure that he and his family and his grandchildren's safety are taken into consideration? I implore this honorable commission to enact a moratorium on all new type 5G technologies and unknown emerging microwave emitting systems. Thank you for your time. I'd like to have my remaining 10 seconds to my friend John Ropp.
Okay, if you could just give us your name and address again so we can get it like entered in the record, that'd be great. And then if you had some papers, you can hand them to Diane when
Okay.
you're done.
My name is Kevin Kless, 1624 West Martha Avenue, Boise.
Okay, thank you very much. John, you're the next person on the list?
Yes.
And we'll give you 3 minutes and give us your name and address, so that's great.
My name is John Ropp. I live at 7707 West Vallejo Road, which is at the end of this street. Thank you for your time. And my house, according to a document that was sent to me, is within 1,000 feet of the proposed site of this tower, along with all the homes along Holly Lynn Road. My family includes 3 grandchildren, ages 10 and under. In a recent court ruling concerning FCC regulations, Kevin stated that the court found that the FCC violated the Administrative Act and failed. They went on to say that they were ordering the FCC to explain why it ignored scientific evidence showing harm from wireless radiation. Does this mean that the FCC is negligent in setting verifiable standards of safety, or is it ignoring any harm that can affect us? And what is the level of the radiation of this particular tower? But what about using wired fiber optics, which are known to be superior to wireless in all areas? It is already there at my home. We have fiber optics supplied by CenturyLink. Why build a tower that would be costly compared to a safer and superior technology that we already have? Also, another concern is the World Center for Birds the World Center for Birds of Prey Sanctuary. It's also it's right behind my house. The birds are very sensitive to this microwave energy. Will we lose this national and world treasure? Another big concern is my family's health. Who's going to pay the medical bill if I develop a brain tumor in 4 years? Is there going to be insurance that'll be required on this permit for them to require that we have substantial insurance to cover any damage it might do to the citizens? There's just too many questions about the risk of wireless and many, many benefits of wired fiber optics without the risk or any loss of communication. I suggest using the fiber optics that are already here instead of installation of a tower. There's no good reason to have anything hazardous to humans and animals. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you for coming down tonight to talk.
Madam Chair, I would like to add this exhibit as exhibit number 21
Okay.
into the record.
So let's add Exhibit 21 to the record. Thank you very much. I've got Vivian, and I can't read the last name. Lockery. So give us your name and address, and then,
Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioner members. My name is Vivian Lockery, 2211 North 19th Street, Boise resident of 28 years, retired public health scientist. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. I've reviewed the application and wish to highlight some discrepancies in the finding of fact and conclusions of law document. I'm here representing Idahoans for Safe Technology, and we are all about delivering true and reliable facts. So first, there's been no NEPA review and NEPA is the National Environmental Policy Act, and that's mandated under FCC rules. So it says all facilities constructed by or for FCC licensees or owned by registrants must comply with the Commission's environmental regulations implementing NEPA. And that can be found in 47 CFR 1.1301. So NEPA compliance applies to all licensees and applicants, including utilities and tower registrants, and the Commission's finding that the tower is for Suez Water private use and will not be used by commercial carriers doesn't exempt this tower from NEPA review. And then in section H3A, the Commission finds that the communications tower is not detrimental to the public health, safety, and welfare because it is in conformance with the specific use standards. And conformance with specific use standards in no way protects the public health, safety, and welfare when the proposed tower is a wireless telecommunications facility, until the FCC completes its 11,000-plus pages of peer-reviewed scientific evidence that the Environmental Health Trust and Children's Health Defense and several other plaintiffs placed in the FCC's public record. No one should be approving any microwave antenna tower. And then lastly, in section H3F, the Commission finds that all uses are innately required to comply with the applicable state and federal regulations as a matter of law. And again, no NEPA review. This is a federal rule by the FCC. So additionally, with the remand of FCC Order 19-126, this was the FCC's failed attempt to apply the current specific absorption rate, or SAR, standard. So because they failed in their attempt to apply that to all these new antennas going up, we have no federal SARS regulations for frequencies over 6,000 megahertz. That's a real problem for this tower, which purports to operate at 11,000 megahertz. So for all these reasons, I feel this application should be denied. Thank you so much for your consideration.
Thank you for your time, and thanks for coming down.
And Ms. Saunders said I should bring copies of my testimony.
Thank you. Anne, if you'd like to come forward and give us your name and address.
Madam Chair, this will be exhibit number 22.
So let's add exhibit number 22.
Madam Chair, Commissioners, my name is Dr. Ann Hike. I'm a medical doctor. I've done emergency medicine for 30 years and family practice for 30 years. I'm at 1003 North Orchard Street in Boise. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and my personal knowledge. There's been an enormous amount of research on electromagnetic radiation, over 20,000 studies. They show that there's problems with attention deficit, dementia, Alzheimer's, anxiety, insomnia, depression. There's cardiac arrhythmias, including fast and slow heart rates, cardiac arrest, resulting in death from these electromagnetic towers. There's decreased fertility and sperm motility and egg production, and also an increased miscarriage rates. And there's an increase in cancer. The harm occurs in pets, farm animals, insects, plants, and also birds of prey. It only took 10,000 studies to remove asbestos and lead from our environment, and we're at over 20,000 studies, and we're still doing a 5G rollout. Please look up in Idahoans for Safe Technology under Science some of the studies, and the Environmental Health Trust under 5G, please. Just spend 10 minutes. There's so much in the way of research. We don't have informed consent with this rollout. I don't remember voting for this or this being up on any referendum. This is in violation of the Nuremberg Code, which is called experimentation without informed consent. So Commissioner Birch, I think you have an excellent point. Who do we represent? I'm here representing the people who are too young to speak, the people that are too old, the people that are medically infirm or mentally infirm. I'm here for the birds of prey. So we're here for you. I'm with Idahoans for Safe Technology, and we'd like to help you with looking at environmental reviews, setbacks, safe installation of wireless telecommunication facilities, suggestions on radio frequencies. We want to assure the health and safety of all the people of Ada County. I've expressed no manner of mere concern, but solely matters of substance, fact, and law. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I've got David on the list next. Give us your name and address.
Yeah, David DeHaas, 1116 South Vista, number 261, Boise, Idaho. Thank you, Madam Commissioner and Commissioners. This application cannot go forward as it's incomplete and not consistent with current federal laws, regulations, and the U.S. Court of Appeals rulings from the D.C. Circuit, including but not limited to. One question I want to ask you, has this body ever issued a building permit for a building without knowing what materials are being used to build the building, or whether or not the building emits unnecessary and hazardous pollution to the surrounding area? I doubt it. The county inspects for electrical and plumbing to determine if the work is consistent with the statements made in the application. What's glaringly missing in this application is the frequency and the amount of power. I called the applicant and I spoke to Robert Barrett. He told me it was 11,600 megahertz, 17 dBm. Guys, that power is off the charts. I don't understand why they need this. If this is just for data, they could be down to like minus 105 dBm. Just to give you perspective, I know you don't understand power, but minus 85 dBm is what gets you 5 bars on a cell phone. If this is data, you need less than that. This is atrocious amount of power. I work in a wellness center, and I got calls today from 2 more people who have been injured from electromagnetic frequency. They're going into AFib. The hospitals are busy with people in AFib because of electromagnetic radiation. So the DC Court of Appeals issued to the FCC, look at, you've not showed us your safety studies. You've been talking about it's been safe all these years. Where are your studies? None. They gave them 60 days to come back. They went silent. They kicked the can down the road, which they've done many times. The FCC is now lost in court over 5 times. 47 U.S. Code says it must be a minimal amount of power needed used for any radio, any RF frequency. Guys, this is off the charts. And the D.C. court says, look, nothing over 6,000 megahertz should be on right now. Turn those towers off. So there's no basis for this whatsoever, operating at this high of frequency, 11,600 megahertz and 17 dBm. Any FCC license that does not follow the conditions of its license can have the license permanently canceled. We intend to start that process immediately unless there's compliance with all federal laws, including but not limited to the Telecommunications Act of 1996, the National Environmental Policy Act, the Fair Housing Amendments Act, and the Americans with Disability Act. This application was for a wireless telecommunication frequency that violates all these federal acts. We suggest, based upon what the county is proposing to make this big ring of fiber optics around the county, that we tie into fiber optics. That's safe, it's reliable, and it's super fast. So what I would suggest is that we look at a better, reliable proof of getting this data for the service of Suez Water using this broadband ring. And again, as they've already mentioned, this affects the people that are down there below. I've got a good friend of mine, he's now been in AFib 9 times. He was a healthy individual until they turned a tower on 650 yards from his home. Thank you.
Thank you
I'm
very
going to put this in the record.
Thank you. So how many people do we have online?
We have a few, and I also have Linda Mansfeld calling in. We weren't able to get her audio fixed.
Okay.
So we're going to try unmuting her since she's over a landline.
Okay, let's go with that.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Just give us your name and address.
My name is Linda Mansfeld, and I at 9775 West Hubbard Road, Kuna, Idaho, 83634.
Linda, do you have 2 devices logged in?
I have my laptop and then my phone. I had to call in.
Laptop is off.
Yeah, okay, yeah, so my laptop is off.
Okay, thank you very much.
So I have some health concerns about this.
Both of us.
Actually, I have my husband, George.
It didn't allow us
with-
to testify.
It didn't allow my husband, but I would like my husband to also testify with me about the 5G. And I know there are some towers around us, and we are experiencing tinnitus, ringing in the
Right
ear.
now, right at this point, and you guys want to make it worse by torturing us here. My name is George Mansfeld. I got Master of Science from Stanford University in engineering. I have built radars for different applications, and I cannot tell you what the radars are because then they will arrest us all because it's all secret. But I'll tell you, those are really evil devices. I want to know how many people up there, sitting up there, have any knowledge of radars. How many knows about what is hertz? Well, how many knows what 5G is? How close is it coming to the speed of light? These things are killing us. They're killing people who live next to it. They're going to kill the birds up there at the beautiful birds of prey area. I am really scared when I hear about you guys worrying if the tower is 80 feet or 100 feet and if it's interfering with pivot. Do you guys understand the physics of it? The radars? There's 3 people testifying, and they can tell you exactly the detail of what is this stuff doing to us, to humans, to birds of prey, to anybody. I don't care if it interferes with pivots or does anything like that. But please tell me how many people on the commission's meeting have any knowledge of physics on that level. I am telling you, this thing generates cancer. This thing generates pain. This thing is extremely dangerous. I strongly urge you to throw this out, not this tower, but I want everybody on the commission to be throwing all the towers out. I mean, this is really hurting us. I noticed the applicant is living really far. That's really easy. Why doesn't she build it in her backyard and get irradiated herself? And I'm speaking on behalf of me. I'm speaking on behalf of anybody here. People don't have to know physics, not to be tortured under Nuremberg-type experiment. I am from Europe, and I know what had happened there, and now it's happening in the United States. Do you guys hear me?
Yeah, we can. You've got a couple more
Okay,
seconds.
So I'm very upset about it. I think you guys should seriously consider those 3 experts in here. I have Master of Science in this, in engineering. I can do physical calculations for you guys, and I know what you're doing is extremely dangerous. If this passes, I mean, it's a death ray, which we're going to be killing people around here. And we live really close to it, but so do all my good neighbors here.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you for your comments. Your time is up, and so we appreciate you making a comment.
I'm also very upset how we couldn't get on and everything, so I will complain because this is discrimination. You guys are killing us, basically. That's what it is.
We appreciate your comments. Thank you for coming. Our next person is, who do we have next on our?
We have Juliana Pater.
Juliana Painter?
Plater.
Hi, can you hear me?
We can. Go ahead and give us your name and address, and then you can tell us your comments.
Hi, my name is Juliana Plater. I'm at 1617 North 5th Street, Boise, Idaho 83702. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. The wireless world irrevocably changed on August 13th, 2021, when the U.S. Court of Appeals, D.C. Circuit, remanded FCC Order 19-126 back to the FCC, leaving the nation with no RF microwave radiation maximum public exposure guideline above 6,000 megahertz until the FCC completes its court-mandated environmental review of the 11,000 plus pages of peer-reviewed scientific evidence that the Environmental Health Trust, Children's Health Defense, and other plaintiffs placed in the FCC's public record. Any deployments over 6,000 megahertz are illegal and cannot be operated. This is a bell you cannot unring and cannot ignore. Has this body issued a building permit for a building without knowing what materials are being used to build the building and whether or not the building emits unnecessary and hazardous pollution into the surrounding area? The county inspects for electrical and plumbing to determine if the work was consistent with the statements made in the application, yet this application is missing many pieces of information, including the basic raw materials. What are the antennas being used? What will power the antennas? What is the maximum power output of the proposed antenna system? Not a projection of how the applicant intends to run the system, but what is the maximum power output capability of that system, and does it follow the principles clearly stated in federal law? We suggest that the applicant address these serious problems and choose to send its data not through the air, but through readily available fiber optic cables, which are installed throughout Ada County, which represent the reliable, future-proof choice. As the proposed microwave antenna tower is less than 1,000 feet from the birds of prey and nearby residences, this application must be denied. Thank you for your consideration. Juliana.
Thank you very much. We appreciate it. Who's next online?
One moment. I have Kathy Cook online.
So Kathy, you're next. Give us your name and address.
Commissioners, my name is Kathy Cook and my address is 688 North 29th Street, Boise, Idaho. I test and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. My name is Kathy Cook and I'm a certified electromagnetic radiation specialist practicing here in Ada County. I am an expert in measuring and mitigating radio frequency microwave radiation exposures. As a professional in the business, it is easy to see several problems with this proposed microwave tower by JUB engineers. So you're going to hear these problems like property value losses, aesthetic consideration, liability issues, and wildlife threats explained to you by several Boise residents tonight. In light of all these serious issues, it's evident to me that all of these problems will be easily solved by using fiber optic communication technologies instead of wireless microwave radiation. As the proposed intent of this tower is to support internal communications for Suez water technicians as they provide service and operations throughout Ada County, that means information services, not large amounts of data or streaming, and using a fiber optic connection would be far superior and provide numerous benefits. Sending information through fiber is significantly faster, much more reliable, much more secure, and the fiber must be laid as the backbone for cell towers anyway, so it will be in place regardless. Using the already laid fiber just makes more sense across the board and poses no threat to the public, wildlife, property values, or aesthetics. This is truly a win-win-win for all parties involved. It's also worth noting that Americans have already paid billions of dollars in extra fees and service charges on phone bills to finance a national fiber optic network promised by the telecom decades ago, but the telecoms never built it. Instead, they use the money to build out their wireless networks, which are much more expensive to consumers and come with all kinds of security and safety issues. There's a vast network of fiber already installed throughout the Treasure Valley, and it continues to grow daily. And investing in this more reliable and secure infrastructure is the best plan for all parties involved and will eliminate the issues brought forth to you tonight by other Boise residents. Thank you so much for your attention to this matter.
Thank you very much. Who do we have next?
I have Laura Louise.
Laura Louise, if you can give us your name and address.
Hello.
Hello?
Yes. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. My name is Laura Lewis, 12572 North 10th Avenue, Boise, Idaho. I am an electrical engineer with a master's degree, and the following statements are true and accurate to the best of my knowledge. On August 13th, 2021, the Environmental Health Trust versus FCC ruling by the DC Circuit Court, the court found the FCC ignored numerous organizations, scientists, and medical doctors who called on them to update limits, and the court found the FCC failed to address these issues. Impacts of long-term wireless exposure, impacts to children, the testimony of people injured by wireless radiation, impacts to wildlife and the environment, impacts to the developing brain and reproduction. Some of our local officials believe that their hands are tied by FCC regulations, that they have no local authority to regulate wireless communication facilities, WCFs. Yet numerous municipalities through the U.S. have voted and passed policies to halt the installation of WCFs or restrict the rollout into neighborhoods and school zones. Unfortunately, time does not allow me to provide a comprehensive list, but none on the list would be examples of limited control. So in Ada County, the city of Eagle updated their wireless ordinance to prohibit wireless communication facilities in all residential land use districts. Eagle's mayor now proposes community-owned fiber optic infrastructure for its citizens. This proposed microwave antenna tower is for basic data transmission, which can easily be accomplished with considerable cost savings through fiber optic infrastructure, which already exists in the vicinity. Using a microwave tower is akin to using a grenade to dig a hole when a good old shovel will get the job done just fine. I ask you to seriously consider my testimony, delivering true, verifiable facts regarding current wireless technology, and make your decisions in the interest of health, safety, privacy, security, and well-being of our community. This application should be declined. I sincerely thank you for your consideration of my testimony and for serving and representing the voices of your community.
Thank you very much. Our next person?
I have Eric Brandt.
Eric Brandt. Give us your name and address. We can hear you. Go ahead.
Yeah, Eric Brandt. My address is 2824 North Weaver Circle, Boise. Thank you, Madam Chair and Commissioners. I'm a healthcare practitioner, and I work part-time doing EMF radiation assessments and mitigations. I'll list some points of view from scientists around the world regarding EMF radiation dangers in relation to this proposed microwave tower being placed near the Birds of Prey Center. The electromagnetic radiation emitted from mobile towers is so powerful that it affects the biological systems of birds, insects, plants, and humans. In September of 2010, the Indian Ministry established a 10-member committee under the Bombay National History Society to study the impact of cell phone towers on birds and bees. The group of experts reviewed 919 studies performed in India and abroad regarding the effects of cell phone towers on birds, insects, animals, wildlife, plants, and humans. What the group found was startling. Of the 919 studies, a staggering 593 showed the negative impact of mobile towers on birds, bees, humans, wildlife, and plants. The experts even cited an international study that pinpointed cell phone towers as a potential cause in the decline of animal populations. They went on to say that there was an urgent need to focus on scientific attention on the subject before it was too late. The negative effects of EMR and electromagnetic radiation on life is something that has been ignored by health officials and legislators for years. As cell phone subscriptions outnumber the total number of U.S. citizens, more and more mobile phone towers are popping up around the globe. It's been 12 years since this study, and now there are thousands of more towers worldwide. Hundreds of scientists have been petitioning the United Nations about this issue, but to no avail. Despite the concerns raised by more than 2,000 studies, the topic is still ridiculed and sometimes even deemed a conspiracy within the mainstream media. There are no conspiracy theories at play here at all, only irrefutable facts that need to be acknowledged and the changes made now to remedy this ecological nightmare. We have many simple answers to these issues, one being using the underground fiber optics to provide service for all. We don't need to have any towers blasting out these extremely damaging frequencies. We will be wise to demand more intelligent choices be made so that everything biological can be safe and more healthy. Thanks for listening to my point of view and considering my suggestions.
Thank you very much. Who do we have next?
That's all I have registered for online.
So we've got everybody we think online that's talked, and is there anybody else in the room that hasn't had a chance to state their opinion? And then I don't see anybody, so now we'll go back to Ms. Sanders for questions from the commissioners. What questions do the commissioners have? Go ahead, Commissioner
Thank you,
Wickstrom.
Madam Chair. Just a couple. And the existing tower, they weren't able to add any antennas to the existing tower. They needed to put a new one on. Were they able to add antennas to the existing tower? Tower would be my question, I guess.
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wickstrom, we do have the applicant, and we could ask her that question specifically. I don't know all of the details of the other tower.
Thank you.
Understandable. Thank you.
Any other questions from the? I've got a question about, a lot of the conversation brought up the environmental, I'll get the name of it, the environmental
Idahoans for Safe Technology.
review, the National Environmental Program Review, that was something that would be required. Is that something that we have in our list of things that we check as we go through these kinds of projects, or is that something that's not on our list?
Madam Chair, Commissioners, we don't look at some of the issues that they've discussed tonight. Those are done by the FCC, and they are required to comply with FCC rules. They do have to comply with several agencies locally, but we're looking at the land use, not the technical information on those towers. That's not part of our review.
And so our conditions include a condition that the applicant has to get FCC approval,
They have to meet their requirements,
has to
correct?
meet the requirements. And that is where the requirement would be for the national environmental policy would be as part of that
That's correct.
package. Commissioner Roush?
Madam Chair, I apologize to interrupt
Okay.
the questioning, but we did have another person online pop
Okay.
up, and I think we might hear them on the next item as well, but if you allow it, we can let them testify.
I think let's go ahead and allow it. I mean, it's been kind of up and down on the internet stuff, so.
Sure.
Yeah, this is Sherry Gorel. She's also registered for the next project as well.
Okay, let's hear her for this project if she wants to make a comment.
Hello, can you hear me?
We can, give us your name and address.
Hi there. Yes, I've been here the entire time. My name is Sherry Gorel. My address is 716 West Franklin Street, Boise, 83702. I am a retired mediator and facilitator, having worked with private, city, state, and federal agencies. I attest and affirm that the following statements are true, accurate, and within my personal knowledge. I stand against the proposed 80-foot microwave antenna tower, which would be within only 1,000 feet of the World Center for Bird headquarters for the Peregrine Fund. The Peregrine Fund is known for its worldwide conservation and recovery efforts of rare and endangered raptors. Its first recovery effort focused on the peregrine falcon, which was facing extinction due to the widespread use of the chemical DDT. Many wildlife species are already threatened by pesticides and climate change. Do we want to be responsible for killing birds of prey by electromagnetic frequencies, commonly known as EMFs, emitting from these microwave towers? On February 6th, just last week, the Santa Fe, New Mexico newspaper published an article that is making national headlines. I think we have to pay attention to this. The article entitled Toxic Towers, report says wireless radiation, said by telecom companies, of course, to be harmless, could be hurting wildlife, features a new 3-part scientific research review drawing on 1,200 peer-reviewed studies on impacts of wireless and electromagnetic field radiation to wildlife. Per Blake Levitt, the lead author, the review, quote, invalidates any claims that the EMFs don't cause biological effects. Quote, ambient EMFs have risen exponentially in the past 25 years to become a continuous environmental pollutant, even in remote areas. EMFs can affect animals' orientation, migration, food finding, reproduction, nest building, territorial defense, vitality, longevity, and survival. There needs to be regulatory standards to address EMFs affecting wildlife. The wildlife papers were submitted as key evidence in a recent new filing by Environmental Health Trust, EHT, to the FCC. EHT was the victor, as others have mentioned, in 2021 against the FCC in the DC Circuit of U.S. Court of Appeals, a ruling that changed the world stage for wireless technology in its entirety. Towers leave birds vulnerable because they fly near transmitters and perch on them. Until the FCC, I'm just about done, completes its court-mandated environmental review, no one should be approving microwave antenna towers. Thank you for your thoughtful consideration in not approving this or other microwave towers.
Thank you, Sherry.
Thank you.
So we'll go back. Is there anybody else online that we haven't let talk?
We have one user on the phone. I think it was one of the ones that we didn't hear anything from, but we can go ahead and try again.
Yeah, go ahead. If you're on the phone online, go ahead and talk and then identify yourself and your address, and we'll listen to your testimony.
Yes, I believe you're referring to me. My name is Terry Kilroy. I reside at 784 North Abernathy Way, Meridian. I guess this is the first time you're hearing from Meridian, but we are all concerned here in Meridian for the overall rollout, that is. And I testify and affirm that the following statements are true and accurate to the best of my ability. With wireless technology, wired broadband, electromagnetic radiation, health effects, FCC guidelines, delving into this issue is like drinking from a fire hose, quite frankly. But there are scientists, physicians, academics, and advocates who maintain terrific websites with the facts needed to understand the wireless radiation issue and safe technology solutions. In the interest of the health, safety, privacy, security, and the well-being of our community, we really must educate ourselves. For some background now, the current guidelines for electromagnetic radiation were adopted with the 1996 Telecommunications Act, as we heard earlier tonight. You can just imagine the exponential growth since then. I mean, wireless technology has since that time. Then on August 13, 2021, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals irrevocably changed everything in the world of wireless technology by ruling against the FCC's 2019 decision not to update its 1996 exposure guidelines. This ruling called out the 25-year-old FCC guidelines for radiation exposure as absurd, reprimanding the FCC for ignoring tens of thousands of studies documenting harmful effects of wireless radiation. The FCC was instructed to go back and do environmental review on those tens of thousands of studies. This was an important step in protecting people against the harms caused by wireless radiation exposure. In conclusion, I would ask the applicant to consider sending its data via existing fiber optic cables. Unlike wireless communications, wired communications are not hazardous and will not harm humans or bees, bugs, birds, and so on. Since this proposed tower is under 1,000 feet from the birds of prey and nearby residences, this application should be denied. Thank you for your service and your thoughtful consideration. I really appreciate it.
Thank you for your testimony.
Oh, and by the way, I live within 1,000 feet of the tower over the Meridian High School baseball diamond. That can't be a good thing.
Thank you for your testimony.
I feel the effects of that. Excuse me?
Thank you for your testimony.
Thanks.
Okay, anybody else online?
Not registered for this project.
Okay, not for this project. So thank you. We'll continue asking Ms. Sanders questions. I would like to clarify several comments were made that the birds of prey is with 1,000 feet. Is that the birds of prey property line or the birds of prey building? Because you showed us another picture that was different.
So it's about 3/4 of a mile to the nearest structure on the Peregrine facility. And we did not receive any comments from the facility itself or any concerns.
Okay. What other comments do you have?
Madam Chair.
Go ahead, Commissioner Roush.
Yeah, just, Madam Chair, and along this, along the same lines of the Fish and Wildlife, their response, I'm looking at Exhibit 8, the National Wetlands Inventory. In my understanding, and the purpose of that agency was to, provide input or feedback on, a full scope of, is it just that page? Is that the one page that they provided, or is that natural features analysis part of their response?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Roush, that is their response. It's not a part of the natural features. We require them to contact Idaho Fish and Game and get a letter on their properties. So that is directly from them.
Okay. And then my follow-up question, so I see in the transmittal list, Central District Health is one of the agencies that is contacted, but nothing was provided in return. And my understanding is that they have a whole host of individuals and different aspects that they could provide feedback within. So my question to you is, was there somebody specific, is there just a single point of contact for Ada County that information is sent to? Or is it, if in an application like this where it's an environmental health concern from the public, is it directed towards, I found Lori B., I butcher the last name.
Egdigia.
Yeah, thank you. Was that request for information or the transmittal list specific to her?
Madam Chairman, Commissioner Roush, yes, those are sent out to a multitude of different agencies and the contacts within them. And Lori actually works in the environmental portion of Central District Health. They deal with septic systems, and I don't know all the things they work on, but yeah, we did not receive any negative comments from most of the agencies, and we didn't receive any written comments when the staff report was written.
Right.
Any other questions? I had a question about the building of the tower and the plans and do we have an agency that looks at those plans and approves them, or do they just they just build them?
Madam Chair, we require a building permit for the tower. We want to make sure it's structurally sound, and they have to have an engineer themselves to draw up those plans.
So thank you. What are the questions?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner.
was the Birds of Prey Sanctuary, was that part of were they within the area to be notified of the neighborhood meeting?
Madam Chair, Commissioner Wickstrom, yes. We actually went beyond their properties because the property owner where the tower is going to be located owns a lot of the properties surrounding that. So we took all his properties and went way beyond that because we wanted to make sure that they didn't just notify themselves, that actual other property owners were notified.
Thank you. Thank you, Madam
What
Chair.
are the questions? Any more questions? Okay, I don't see any more questions. We'd like to hear back from the applicant. And you've heard a lot of testimony, so I'm hoping that in the 5 minutes that you're allocated, you can provide us a lot of answers and a lot of rebuttal. So thank you. Should we set this to 5? Yeah, it's okay.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I want to mention that I'm the structural engineer for this project, so I'll try my best to address the environmental health concerns brought up by the public. With the valley growing, buildings are getting taller, so part of Suez's project with these towers throughout the project is to get above the surrounding buildings, because these antennas need to be able to see each other. And in the meetings I've had with Suez, they've said that the antennas need to be able to see each other because the frequencies are actually very weak. I was told that it cannot penetrate buildings or walls, so it's not even as powerful as a cell phone. So as far as the frequencies brought up by the public, it's a little bit out of my wheelhouse, and I believe that's something that Suez is open to clarifying. We have a license already with the FCC, which was approved. As for the name of 10 Mile Tower, that name is nothing to do with how far these frequencies have to go. 10 Mile is actually named after the road. I believe these frequencies, the path length is about 6 miles. And we didn't name it 6 Mile Tower. So I believe that's all I have. Thank you.
Thank you. Now, the commissioners have an opportunity to ask the applicant questions. So what questions do the commissioners have for the applicant? Commissioner Wickstrom.
And Hild. Thank you, Madam Chair. If there's anything we ask you, I realize you're a structural engineer and not electrical, but so if you're not able to answer them, we realize that and appreciate all that you do on it. At some point, will the maximum power output of tower be posted or disclosed? Or do you know what the maximum power output of the tower is?
There was a path report done by Suez, which lists that power or frequency, which is set, it shows 11,000 megahertz. I don't personally know how that compares. If that is more than a cell phone, then we will need to clarify that with Suez. So I'm sorry, Commissioner, I'm unable to answer your question, but I hope that helps.
Yeah, that does. Just if I could follow up. So you weren't able to put antennas onto the existing tower, and you had needed to build a new one. Is that the case?
Yes, that is the case due to the line of sight to the other towers and antennas throughout the valley, which is why it's at a different location on the property.
So just a very small distance between them made a big difference on the line of sight.
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Any other questions for the applicant? I think we're going to go ahead and close the public hearing and let the commissioners have some discussions. I'll open the floor to any comments by the commissioners. Or any, not comments, but a motion to approve, deny, or table.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Exton.
I would like to move to approve project number 2021036161CU, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A and based upon the findings of fact conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing.
There's a motion to approve this project. Is there a second from the commissioners? Thank you for putting the motion out there. I don't see a second, so it's going to die for lack of a second. Is there another motion from the commissioners? We don't have to approve the motion, we just have to get a motion on the floor so we can talk. So,
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Roush.
Madam Chair, I would move to table item number 2021-03161 to the March 10th hearing.
It's been moved to table to the March 10th. Can you expand on what your intention are in terms of public hearing and who you'd like to hear from and what you'd like to do with that March 10th hearing?
Do we need to wait for the motion to
I'll
be
second it. I'll
It's
second.
been seconded.
Okay. Madam Chair, my concern is there's the public's raising an issue of public health, and without having had time to review, and I'm surprised, not surprised, but appreciative of the credentials that they come here with us tonight, and without understanding the issue, I don't necessarily feel comfortable making a motion either way. That's my thoughts.
And can you just clarify your intentions with the table in terms of, are we going to have another complete public hearing, or do we just want to hear from the applicant, or what's our intentions with respect to the public hearing?
I think I would like to hear back from Central District Health, Department of Health and Human Services. I don't know which agency is the agency to provide input on the public health or safety issue. If that's something the commission needs to be aware of, because clearly the public has brought forth a DC Circuit Court issue with the Federal Communications lack of forward movement with it. So that would be my direction, is to get some feedback from Central District Health or Health and Human Services or some other agency that might be able to provide some insight.
So with the limiting of information to information from Central District Health, and I'd like to hear from the applicant before I made a decision, because I feel like there were a lot of questions that we asked the structural engineer that were outside of their area of expertise. So that would be my opinion.
I agree with that to hear from the applicant would, with more of a background on the power and the actual function of it, from whether the electrical engineer or somebody who's more comfortable or knowledgeable of that. In some ways, this tower is out in the middle of nowhere for the most part. It does affect some people, so it's a matter of how far is the range on it. And the one comment about being fed through a fire hose, drinking through a fire hose probably summarizes everything pretty much, and maybe gives us a chance to also do a little research on our own too into the matter, kind of come up with our own conclusions, because we're trying to make a on-the-spot decision that we're technically not able to. I can tell you about biology and chemistry, but so I agree with your comment. I'd like to hear from the applicant, another representative for the applicant.
Commissioner Birch.
I'm happy to approve the motion to table this, but a couple of comments. This Planning and Zoning Commission is primarily concerned with land use. I don't discount anything that's been said today. I mean, it makes me want to go home and just curl up in a ball and hide. But the fact of the matter is, this is a policy issue. If we had people representing the wireless telecommunications industry here, they would counter everything that's been said tonight. The U.S. Court of Appeals for the D.C. Circuit has zero relevance to the state of Idaho. Rightly or wrongly, depending on your political persuasion, we are subject to what the Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals has to say. I believe that if this is tabled, that if we are asked to opine and make a decision based on health concerns, that we would have to hear both sides. And I think that would be a very protracted discussion. If the tower goes in, it's already been stated that it would have to comply with the regulations of the Federal Communications Commission. And so we've got another application right on the heels of this one that isn't in, it's not the middle of nowhere, I recognize that, Holly Lynn, nice area. But the other one is in Star. And so the same issues that have been raised for this would be raised for that one in spades because of where it's located. If we shut down all wireless communication within this valley, imagine what kind of disruption that would cause. And so, yes, it may very well be that fiber optics is the way to go if you can afford it and if you have the ability to do that. But for right now, where we are is, what does the FCC allow? Does this comply with FCC regs? Doesn't matter what the U.S. Court of Appeals for the District of Columbia says. And so I don't mind tabling it, but I don't know what good that's going to do. Because if you're going to invite people to come in and testify, then I would invite people from the wireless communication industry to come in and give their point of view, and then we'd be left with, all right, so is this commission going to make a policy decision or not? And I don't think we are.
Thank you, Commissioner. Commissioner Colston.
Madam Chair, yeah, I have to agree quite a bit with Commissioner Birch. The biggest thing here is what is our job? Our job is land use. You know, we're not up here as doctors and knowing everything on what is healthy or not healthy. Again, the biggest thing is if it works in the land use and they are within the regulations of the health districts of the, you know, the federal radio towers or whatever that is. I mean, we're if we do table it, we're just going to sit here and hear from both sides. And honestly, I don't know. I mean, health-wise or whatnot, I have to trust that to more of the professionals, and that's why having them, you know, whether they are approved and regulated by those commissions, I just think that that's our decision here is whether it's land use and whether it's going to impede something as far as land growth. That's kind of my thoughts.
Thank you. Commissioner Exton?
Yeah, I agree with pretty much everything Colson and Birch have said in terms of, you know, our role here is the land use. I feel comfortable approving this. Yeah, I'm okay with tabling it, but I do think it's just going to kind of be the same scenario that Commissioner Birch just described. I mean, they're going to have to get approval from the Federal Aviation Administration, a bunch of other agencies that were listed. I believe Aeronautics is one of them for Boise. They're going to have to be compliant with FCC the entire time that they're operating in general, and also there is a condition that once the operation of the structure stops, that it will have to be removed within 60 days. So, I mean, from the land use perspective, I don't see any issue with this. It's also not zoned in a residential-based zoning code, if I recall correctly. I believe it was rural preservation. And further, Madam Chair, if I may, you know, the fact that we didn't receive any feedback from Central District Health or birds of prey. From my experience with prior applications, typically if there's no comments back, it pretty much means that they're okay with it. So to me, that means these two agencies are okay with this tower going up.
So thank you. What other comments do people have?
Madam Chair.
Commissioner Birch?
If we did approve this application, then the people that have raised concerns tonight would be able to appeal it, and they could actually voice their concerns to an elected body, which would be the Ada County Board of County Commissioners, as opposed to us. We're an unelected body. And so, again, policy concerns are being raised, health concerns are being raised, but this commission really can't do anything about it. And really, if you want to change things, you're going to have to change them through your elected officials or through the courts, not through this commission.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch. What other comments do we have? Commissioner Wickstrom, you have comments? You're trying to decide?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a note I wrote, there was some comment made about changing laws and making law. We're not a legislative body, as you've already been made, that's just beyond our power to do that. So if there was ever a location for a cell tower that would have the least amount of effect, this would be it. My only concern, we put restrictions on certain uses, like a conditional use, and so the only question I had would be, is there some way that this tower could not be does it need to be as powerful as they have it and still be effective? That's really my only concern. Otherwise, you can't do much better as far as locations. And we're in cell phone junkies right now, and they do need more.
So thank you. What other comments do we have? We've had several cell phone towers. This is the first one that I can remember that's been the 5G, and since the legislation, or since the court cases that happened last summer. So these are really good points that I haven't heard before, and I'm disappointed that the applicant didn't have somebody that can answer some of our technical questions, but I can agree with the commissioners that even if they answer the technical questions, our role here is land use and not necessarily health and safety concerns if other people aren't putting them forward. And so I would feel comfortable approving this to move it forward, and hopefully the people that are here will have an audience with the Ada County Commissioners and an audience with the people that are putting up the cell phone tower. Hopefully that there'll be another opportunity for some more communication to happen. I don't know that we accomplish a lot by tabling it, and I don't know that we accomplish a lot by denying it.
I think if Commissioner Axton would like to maybe reintroduce his motion, maybe.
Do you want to redo your motion?
Do we have to vote on the tabling first, though?
You could withdraw it if you wanted to. Who was your motion?
I would rather vote on it.
Okay, let's go ahead and vote on it. So the motion is to table, was it, I'm sorry, your motion was to table it for additional information. And so all those in favor of tabling this, please say aye.
Aye.
And all those opposed?
Okay.
So let the record reflect that we didn't table the motion. So now the floor is open for another motion.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Exton.
I would like to move to approve project number 2021036161CU, subject to the conditions of approval attached as Exhibit A, and based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Burt seconded it. Any discussion? All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
And any opposed? Nay.
Nay.
And let the record reflect that there's 5 ayes and 1 nay. Thank you very much.
Are there two nays?
Yeah, I said aye. I just didn't say it loud enough. So, I was on the fence. Okay, our next one is 202103048 CU. Go ahead, Mr. Lutston.
Thank you, Madam Chair and members of the commission. The item before you is a conditional use permit for a new 100-foot commercial cell tower. The applicant is Clark Wardle LLP, who is working with Vertical Bridge on the project. The subject property is located at 12016 West Floating Feather Road on 2.9 acres in the rural residential district. The property to the north is within the rural residential district, and the property to the south is within the rural urban transition district. To the east and west is Star City Limits and R3 zoning, which is primarily intended for residential development of up to 3 units per acre. Surrounding uses are a mix of low-density and medium-density residential and agricultural uses. The property is an irregular-shaped lot with access provided from Floating Feather Road. Located on site is an existing single-family home, accessory structures, a pond, and a field area. Running along the northern portion of the property is the Middleton Canal. Depicted here is the proposed site plan and elevation for the project. The project has been relocated approximately 75 feet north from its original location to ensure it will not interfere with the future extension of Floating Feather Road west of Munger Road. I'll pause for a minute. Commission, I think if we could not interrupt staff for a moment to run the meeting, that might be helpful. If anybody does want to testify on this item and is curious about that, you can raise your hand after either the WebEx testimony or in-person testimony. So no worries about testifying on this if you want to stick around and do that. So if that's what you're trying to answer, I'm happy to let you know that. So in terms of agency comments, City of Star and ACHD are supportive of the revised location that I mentioned to allow for the future extension of Floating Feather Road, which is depicted in the City of Star's future master street map. As identified by staff, it's supported by the Star Comprehensive Plan. Neither the building official nor the county engineer had any objections to the project. We did receive 3 comments from the public. Concerns were generally focused on visual impacts, potential health impacts, and potential loss of property value. With that, staff is recommending approval with the conditions before you, and I'll stand for any questions.
What questions do the commissioners have? I don't think we have any questions. I think we'll go to the applicant. Is the applicant online or in the room?
Online.
They're online, yeah.
And staff, may I share my screen?
Okay.
One moment.
And if you'll introduce yourself and your address, that would be great.
Certainly. My name is Joshua Leonard of Clark Wardle, representing the applicant, Vertical Bridge. My address, 251 East Front Street, Suite 310, and that's here in Boise. Thank you to the members, to Madam Chair and members of the commission. Appreciate the opportunity to present today and to offer this application. Really quickly, presentation outline. I'm going to describe the project. I'm going to note the existing and proposed wireless facilities and their location. I'm going to quickly discuss alternate site analysis. I'm going to discuss coverage using some RF charts, and then I'm going to briefly discuss the Telecommunications Act of 1996. Back to the glance, this is located in unincorporated Ada County within STAR's area of city impact at 12016 West Floating Feather. It's proposed to be a 100-foot tall monopole style wireless communications facility with a 4-foot tall lightning rod at the top. It also has a 50-foot by 50-foot lease area at the base of the tower, a portion of which would be fenced and gated. Construction will take about 7 to 10 days, and we anticipate 1 or 2 or even less than that maintenance visits each month for the tower. Quick, broad overview of the area. You can see over on the left is where the tower location is. Subject property, a depiction, as staff mentioned, at the intersection there are the turn in Floating Feather and Munger Road. As I said, unincorporated Ada County. Initially, we submitted a site plan that had the tower and the compound, the fence compound over on the left or the west side of the subject property. Received a comment from City of Stars planner mentioning that pursuant to their Economic Corridors Access and Roadway Connection Management Plan, they had proposed or planned to have an extension of Floating Feather here in the dashed area from Munger to Canada Road. This is the depiction sent by City of Star and noted that the approximate location of the facility could interfere with that road. We went back, spoke with our engineers, noted their preferred location to avoid potential conflict, and submitted a new proposal. It's not exactly where they wanted it to be. That area is a wetland area, and we moved it instead further north on the property and a little bit further east on the property. I'm going to really quickly, I want to describe just one quick thing. You can see here there's an outline, a fainter outline around the outside. That's the lease area. The current darker line is a fenced area, is where the fence would be now, subject to moving it out upon adding additional carriers. As I mentioned, it's 100 foot tall with 4 antenna locations at the top, allowing co-location, and a 6-foot fence at the base. A little bit closer up view. Existing towers are in blue, proposed sites in green there. You can see that there are a few towers around the area. To give you a little bit of sense of scale though, the closest towers are over 2.7 miles away, and the D and B are both 6 miles away. For context, State Street runs through the middle here, Highway 16, Chinden down here. As you can see, there's not a site within 2.7 miles of the proposed site. As far as RF justification and the reason for putting it in this location, towers go where people are. In this instance, there's been some rapid population growth in this area. As the Commission is well aware, that's happening throughout the Treasure Valley. In particular, there's been a growth of residential homes in this area. This project that we're seeking approval for is the expansion of an existing network, and it will fill a significant gap in coverage and signal strength, and particularly indoors. And I'll show you what I mean by that. Really quickly also, as far as alternate site analysis, there are several factors that go into picking a site for one of these towers. The first is that a carrier will give us a search ring and ask us to go and identify properties that are within that ring that are potential candidates. We also look at the zoning to ensure that it's available and that a tower could be approved with a conditional use permit within that search ring. Also compliance with dimensional standards, and by that I mean parcel size. I want to make sure we meet setbacks so we're not spending a lot of time on properties that won't work. Practical concerns. One example of that is existing improvements in the area and the ability to connect to both power and where available fiber. And then the last one is a willing landowner who's able able and willing to provide a lease to allow us to use the property. As I mentioned before, primarily the indoor coverage is what, and in-vehicle coverage is what we're looking to improve. This is coverage in the area prior to the proposed site becoming operational. As you can note up in the right-hand corner, there is no good in-building coverage in this area, and it's a coverage hole for this carrier in particular, but also for in-vehicle coverage. And part of that's the topography. I know it's relatively flat till you reach the foothills, but which means it's mostly due to the length of distance to other towers. After, and I'll go back and forth between these and show you a side-by-side so we don't have to do too much clicking. This is after in the area of that of the proposed tower, and you can see that it goes from being good outdoor to being good everywhere. I would also ask, if I may, whoever's using the chat function to provide public comment and commentary as I'm going through this, I'd ask them to not do that. The side-by-side I promised. Before is on the left, the proposed project with good outdoor coverage, but not good in vehicle or good in building. And on the right, obviously, much improved coverage. As we explained in our narrative letter, which is in the record and also as noted in the staff report, our application is compliant with the standards and findings required by Ada County Code and complies with the STAR Comprehensive Plan. Really briefly, I wanted to mention the Telecom Act, and one of the things that came up during the prior item that was discussed was the telecom, or excuse me, the health effects of, or the supposed health effects of RF frequency or radiation, as they call it. I would point out that the Federal Telecom Act of 1996 notes that so long as the antenna comply with the FCC's regulations, local governments are prohibited from denying on the basis of health effects, here called environmental effects of radio frequency emissions. And I'll address that more in rebuttal. And I would stand for questions.
What questions do the commissioners have? Commissioner?
Thank you. Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just a couple quick ones. One of the things is it's a 100-foot tower. Does it really need to be that tall? It's a very flat area. There's only two-story, single-story homes. There's nothing that tall in there that would interfere with the signal. Because when you've got a 100-foot tower, it can be seen probably from every point in Star. Is there a need to have a 100-foot tower there?
Madam Chair and members of the commission, I appreciate the question, and it's a good question. It's one that comes up from time to time. We try to come in with an application that has the shortest tower possible, and the reason we do that is so that it's not a negotiation or it's not a back and forth about what's required. I can tell you that the reason why this needs to be 100 feet is largely based on requirements contained in Ada County Code, and what I mean by that is we're required to offer places on this tower to other carriers who want to co-locate. And in order to do that, we have to have the antenna separated far enough that they don't interfere with the transmission of each other. And the lowest one has to be high enough that it can effectively transmit and would be desirable for co-location.
So, Madam Chair, if I may follow up. So I believe it's what you're going to have three other carriers joining with you on this tower then? Or is it 3 or 4, including yourself?
Madam Chair, members of the commission, it is 4, 3 plus the anchor tenant.
Okay. And just one last question. We have approved towers in the past. I guess if it's a 100-foot tower, it's going to be a little difficult to do this, but where they were covered, or there's an eagle, there's a tower that's dressed up like a tree, fake Christmas tree, but nonetheless a tree. Is that any consideration in your design?
Absolutely. And I can tell you in this location, just because of the surroundings, we opted to go with a monopole design, primarily because it's less, there's less of an effect on the viewscape. A monopine or a stealth tower would block far more of whatever view that is available to folks in that area.
All right, great. Yeah, thank you. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
I wondered if you could talk about your community or a public meeting, the community meetings that you had with people in the area. How many people came? What comments did they have?
Absolutely. Madam Chair, thank you for the question. We sent out 113 invitations, mailed those out. We held the neighborhood meeting remotely and virtually. We had 17 unique attendees. 3 of those were representatives of the applicant. So we had 14 folks from the surrounding neighborhoods. concerns at the neighborhood meeting, best summarized into 4 groups. The first, people were attending to seek additional information about the proposed facility. They were curious and wanted to know some details about it. One of the concerns, the second concern was health impacts. The third was property values. Interestingly, in this neighborhood meeting, the property values question was different than in I've ever experienced before. Most of the time, people complain that the tower will lower property values, which I can tell the commission hasn't proven to be the case in the years that I've been doing this. And I can get into more detail of that if you'd like, or in rebuttal. What happened? What the comments were during the neighborhood meeting in this case were. They were upset that we would put a tower so close to $1 million homes. And then the fourth was just wanting the tower to be placed somewhere else.
So thank you. What other questions do we have? I had a question. Do you know what kind of microwave frequency this is? You know, the level of, is it the 5G? Is it, is the level of power? Is it?
That's a good question. And to be candid with you, I don't know right off the top of my head. I can inquire and find out, but a lot of the towers in the area are pre-5G towers with 4 different carriers. I would only, even if I did know, it would only be for the anchor tenant and not the co-location tenant.
Okay, and that makes sense.
I would know. Yeah.
Okay. What other questions do we have? Commissioner Birch has a question.
Yeah, I mean, Commissioner Wickstrom has already mentioned that Star is relatively flat. And so one of the criteria that was given for where to locate this is a willing landowner. And I also assume that one of the criteria is cost effectiveness. And so you may have multiple willing landowners, but some willing landowners are going to ask for more money for the lease than others. And I can't remember if this is the one that had the lease that was attached as an exhibit with a whole lot of redactions in it or not, where it didn't tell you who the owner was, how much was being paid, anything like that. And so the question is, were there other locations that were considered, but the cost was going to be higher?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Birch, I can tell you that in this instance, there were no other, let me put it a different way. There were other locations considered, but they were not eliminated due to cost. This particular applicant, and one of the reasons we redact, it's just business terms. It's not to hide the ball or try to prevent other people from using those to negotiate, because we use a pretty standard amount, and it's pretty standard. I wouldn't say industry-wide, because there are certain circumstances where a tower where you need to go a little bit higher in terms of an offer. But in this instance, this is a pretty standard offer, and none of the locations that were eliminated from consideration were due to cost.
So if I can, let me just
Follow-up question, yeah, go ahead.
just follow up. So would the tower function differently, or would it be equally effective if it was right in the middle of Highway 16 and State Street, or if it was in the Bi-Mart parking lot down on State Street, or anywhere else that's in the flat area there at Star?
Madam Chair and Commissioner Birch, just so I understand the question, when you say function differently.
I'm just trying to find out what is unique about this location, why you're going to put a 100-foot tower up there in a residential area.
Sure. So there are a couple of answers to that, Commissioner Birch. The first is that it's within the search ring for the carrier. This is a coverage hole that the carrier has, and this serves that search ring. It also is a property that's sized appropriately. in terms of setbacks and in terms of everything else. I can also tell you that they're in looking at it, and the fact that while it's a residential area, there aren't homes currently immediately adjacent to it. There are approved, I take that back, I don't know if they're approved, but there are proposed subdivisions for residential uses close to it. But those buyers would be able to buy in full knowledge of knowing that the cell tower is there, as opposed to having it come in after the fact. And speaking candidly, that's a benefit not for the cell tower company, that's a benefit for me, just because I get the telephone calls. I can also tell you that in this instance, this particular site was chosen because it was central to the coverage deficiencies and that coverage hole.
All right, thank you.
Thank you. Any more questions for the applicant? Commissioner Wickstrom, are you?
No.
Good? Okay, we're good.
Shuffling.
Let's go ahead and see who wants to testify. And so, let's see. I've got some names here. Let's go through the names and then we'll come back to the people that raised their hands. So, Nadine Boswick.
I don't believe she's with us.
Okay, Tom
Garrick.
Garrick. Awesome. Thank you for coming tonight.
Yes, Tom Garrick, Post Office Box 704, Star, Idaho. So, Commissioners, thank you very much for the opportunity to come and speak. I did submit written comments. Leon mentioned that they were there. And I have 2 attachments. Please, if nothing else, read the highlights on the scientific article by Dr. Kostoff. I believe it does follow along with the questioning of why this needs to be put in a residential area. My key point, before I even heard all of this good stuff today, is approval of the cell tower placement endangers the health safety of hundreds of Star residents, hundreds of residents already. The electromagnetic fields from cell towers are unsafe. The only real question that can be argued is how close can you be to a cell tower and be safe enough? So many recent scientific studies have shown that the quarter of a mile away from a cell tower is sort of the safe distance, a consensus in a lot of articles. Well, I made a little photograph or map for you folks, and I guess I'll submit it because now I know how that's done. And basically, from the center of the cell tower and a quarter of a mile radius, there's already 128 households within that quarter of a mile potentially health safety problem radius. Well, then there's 91 homes planned for immediately north of that, just across this Middleton Canal they speak of. And the plat map's been issued by the state of, or been submitted to the state of, or city of Star. Problems with all that, okay? Now, more recent scholarship and better research has come out since this 1/4 mile radius was done, because now they're starting to look at real life studies, because it's not just, does a wavelength of 5 megahertz hurt somebody? No, because there's radio signals in the air all the time, TV signals in the air all the time. There's microwaves from the, whoever these guys are, Suez towers. All of this stuff is in the air simultaneously. And now that studies are being done looking at multiple signal strengths, pulsing and modulating, they're finding, it, to quote the research article I submitted, much more damaging health effects from much lower EMF levels than the wireless industry acknowledges. Now, I've heard that you folks are not responsible for the health effects, and I understand. But being a resident of Star, I could certainly say that this location is really in the middle of a residential zone, as the commissioner mentioned. And truly, the Bi-Mart parking lot would be a much better spot, or just another mile and a half up on the hill some. So I would just ask you folks to please consider placement of this tower to within a quarter of a mile or even a half a mile of an inhabited area. Just puts a lot of Star residents' health at risk now and in the future.
Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Do we have Ann
Thank you, sir.
here? And Hugh,
So, Madam Chair, this will be Exhibit 34.
Exhibit 34. If you want to, or you could just say ditto. I mean, yeah. It's really up to you.
This will be really quick.
Okay.
My name is Dr. Ann Hike, 1003 North Orchard in Boise. A recent court case between Children's Health Defense against the FCC stated that the 1996 health guidelines related to non-cancer harms from 5G and wireless-based technologies were, quote, capricious, arbitrary, and not evidence-based, unquote. This is what you're dealing with. This is the standards. Thank you.
Thank you very much. And then Terry? And is this online video?
I do not have a Terry.
Okay. Who do you have online?
I have Eric Brandt, who would
Okay.
like to testify for this.
That's great. And I
Madam Chair,
appreciate
just to-
everybody's energy and effort to come out and testify.
Madam Chair, I just want to clarify, there's no like, you only get to testify once. So I'm sorry if there's been any confusion by those listening at home or here in the audience. You always have the right to testify on any project that is being heard, so.
I think I said you only get to testify once per project.
Well, no, per project, but
yeah.
multiple projects, it's okay to testify for
Yep.
multiple projects on the agenda.
Yep, you're here, so you are welcome to testify.
You can't testify more than once on a project, right?
Yeah. So I might have led people to believe that. So go ahead, who's online?
Eric Brandt.
Eric.
So I can testify because this is a separate topic, right?
Uh-huh.
Okay. Address 2824 North Weaver's Circle, Boise, Idaho. Again, an EMF consultant, part-time. I'd like to bring your attention to the fact, if you don't know about it already, that migratory birds are not migrating as much as they used to. I grew up on a farm outside of Meridian in the 60s, and we used to do a lot of bird hunting in the autumns when in my early teens. We used to see massive flocks of geese and ducks in V formations heading south. These days, we see some smaller flocks, but very few of them heading further south. From my casual observation, many seem to settle into the valley for the winter. Likely one of the main reasons this is happening is that in order for them to migrate, they utilize a part of their brain that is negatively affected by EMF radiation of many frequencies, so much so that they don't seem to be able to orient themselves to go further south and do settle in here. I've noticed many flocks of geese grazing in fields and parks around the valley. Some of these parks are ones I walk our dog in nearly every morning, and it's quite an exercise in step-by-step awareness so as to not soil my boots with geese crap. This situation is a tad annoying as I prefer to notice the beauty of the river and the ponds more than watching my steps. A few years back, the city was asking people to take their dogs to Ann Morrison Park and set them loose to chase the geese out of there. I don't go to that park anymore because of the blanket of geese crap there. I don't really recall this crappy situation being the case in early years, and I'm sure many people, especially with children wanting to play in the parks, aren't happy with the situation either. I'm also imagining that the geese would be happier being able to migrate without feeling like they have Alzheimer's and have to stay here or get lost somewhere. We can say that in this present situation that has developed over the years is just one unpleasant, unsanitary symptom of EMF radiation pathology that has grown phenomenally. My EMF teachers have stated that the amount of EMS we now deal with is approximately 100 times more than what our grandparents dealt with. I'm sure with the daily 5G rollout, it's much more than that now. Everything biologically based, which is a huge amount of beings here presently, will be infinitely more healthy, happy, safer, and be able to reach their desired goals and natural impulses once we are able to utilize existing remedies in this present destructive EMF radiation quagmire. This is my humble and fairly educated opinion. Thanks for walking in my shoes and considering this sticky issue.
Thank you very much. I appreciate your preparation for today's testimony. Who else do we have online?
I have Jason Evans.
So Jason? Is it, I've got Jonathan on here, so Jonathan or Jason?
Jason Evans.
Jason Evans, okay.
Good evening, Madam Chair, Commissioners. My name is Jason Evans. My address is 3327 North Eagle Road, 110-131. I am here tonight with J5 Infrastructure Partners representing AT&T. AT&T is in favor of this application, as AT&T was also looking for a site to be developed in this area. Some of the maps and some of the items that you saw earlier were the actual AT&T propagation maps. Those were the data packets that were provided to Josh and his team to assist with this application. This is beneficial to AT&T because what happens now is we're able to co-locate on a site that's in the process of being developed, and it reduces the need for a second tower in the area. We did look at some other alternative locations, specifically at the Hunters Creek sports facility. We met with the city of Star. We talked about it with them. That was not an option. That decided to move forward with them for other reasons. So then ultimately we decided to work with the Vertical Bridge team for a co-location on their tower. So we are supportive of this application for that reason.
Thank you very much. Anything else, anybody else online?
I have one person on the phone.
Okay.
who I can ask.
If the person on the phone, if you could unmute yourself, and we'll try to unmute you, and you can give us your name and address. It sounds like you've got a second thing on, so maybe your computer and the phone.
You ready to shut this down?
Okay. Is it our turn?
Yeah.
Yeah, my name is.
Can you hear us?
Can you hear us?
We can hear you. So give us your name and
Okay.
address.
Yeah, my name is Linda Mansfeld and my husband is George Mansfeld. We're at 9775 West Hubbard Road, Cuna, Idaho, 83634.
And then you're welcome to provide your testimony.
I had a family member who was in the Nazi German concentration camp. I cannot believe your decision last on this project, or I cannot even believe you are considering to approve anything. The callousness of anyone, county commissioner or mere citizens who would not vigorously oppose any Nuremberg electromagnetic project that irradiates unsuspected and defenseless children, unsuspected and defenseless citizens, should not be approved. You guys should be ashamed. They make money and we die for it. They make money and we pay with our health, with cancer, with electromagnetic radiation exposure. And I'm also watching, how can you guys make decisions on your little committee there? The chairwoman did fumble in the last decision here. She can't tell a difference between the frequency and power. And then you ask that female engineer there, and the female engineer answered the question about maximum power by answering about megahertz. It's the same thing like if I ask how tall the tower is, and you guys answering 25 hours. This is shameful what you're doing there. There's a big difference between frequency and power. That's not the same unit. That's the engineers you listen to. You guys cannot tell the difference between. I am ashamed here, and you guys are fully responsible for anything which this will cause. Engineer answer question about power with frequency. Add on my testimony.
Thank you very much. We appreciate you taking time to provide testimony. Is there anybody else online who'd like to testify? Provide test?
I don't believe so.
Okay. And is there, in the room, we had several hands. Go ahead, and we'll start at the right, my right. So, yep.
My name is Kevin Glass.
So Kevin, go ahead and come forward.
Well,
So we've got to go through the whole formal thing again for the record. So
my name's Kevin Klass.
Thank you.
1634 Martha Street.
Boise, Idaho. I would like to defer my time to Mr. David DeHaas and give him my additional 3 minutes.
Madam Chair, that's
You know what?
not an option. to
We
do
don't do that in our, everybody gets their own 3 minutes.
Okay, all right. I actually agree with the gentleman caller. That is quite passionate. I was a volunteer chaplain at the VA, and I had to go and meet with technicians that installed a lot of these different types of towers. Some of these towers are safe, but some of them are not. And as far as trying to get into buildings, there's a neat little feature on your phone. It goes to, you just go wireless calls, you can go through wireless routers, and then that goes back to the fiber optics. We can easily do that. In my honest opinion, my humble opinion, and once again, with all due respect to the Honorable Commission, is that I honestly believe that there's just a constant passing of the dollar, passing of the buck of responsibility. And going back to the FCC and land use, and that we're only permitted for this, we just had somebody that got denied a permit just because they had loud music for a winery. And that's affecting, and there was compassion for that. And then we're saying that we have a tower going up, and as well, it's not many people there. We have a live human being right here in this room that's going to probably have a tumor. I'll just leave my testimony with that. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your testimony. Who's the next person who'd like to provide?
DeHaas.
Thank you very much.
I understand this is hard to grasp. I've been going down this road for a couple of years. And look, these do cause harm. David DeHaas, 1116 South Vista, Idahoans for Safe Technology. Look, there's another guy who's supposed to testify tonight. He's been in AFib 9 times. All of his beehives are dead. He's 650 yards from the local cell phone tower. We've been measuring these towers. The reason why you guys are here is to protect us for safety. You don't put up buildings and you don't get specifications on their strength of their steel, the concrete, what's going to be in them, what they're putting out. This is a silent pollution. This is a bigger pandemic than COVID ever thought about being. You can't social distance from it. You can't move from it. Now, in this application, the attorney on the line, he misspoke. He probably doesn't understand fully what the FCC happened to them on August 13th. The courts were very clear. The DC Court of Appeals said you've been arbitrary and capricious. Why did they say that? Because they've been basically disingenuous about their health studies. They didn't have any. They didn't have any. I got another call today. Gal's got ringing in her ears. I said, where do you live? She told me, I said, is there a tower by? Yes, there is. Another guy called. I says, well, he's got these heart racing up to 120, 140 beats per minute. I said, where do you live? He told me, is there a tower by now? Yeah, I can see the tower. We've taken the meters on these, and just for example, in Eagle, Idaho, minus 36 dBm. What's safe? Minus 85. We got to get this power down. And as far as towers go, you don't want a lower tower. You want a higher tower for 2 reasons. One, at 200 feet, we get it up. We get it so it wafts out. They were never meant to be inside. I've interviewed 5 experts. I've run a radio show and a podcast called The Whole Body Detox Show. 2 most recent interviews with a guy named Dr. Kent Chamberlain, been on towers all his life, and he says, David, I thought this would be quick and easy because he's appointed by his governor. 13 scientists looked at the health effects, and 12 of them said, yes, there are real damages. And what they found is you need to get these towers at least 1,640 feet for health effects to begin to drop off. But it needs to be more than that, actually, to really stop the health damages. Right now, your lawyers are upstairs are rewriting your ordinance. And I'm suggesting you probably need to pause it because I understand you don't understand what it is. There's no real propagation study been done. If there's a real propagation study, they would actually have a meter with an independent third party, tie it to a cell phone and drive around and show a drop off in calls. Or take all the calls in the last year and look at those. Has call coverage been dropping off? If there's no gap in coverage, they've said clearly in the FCC, no cell phone. But yet there's speculators going out and putting up these towers because they know the public's coming. But what we're learning, what people are beginning to grasp, is, hey, we got fiber optics. The county's going to take all this money they've got from the CARES Act, and they're going to put this wireless ring around the county. That's what Eagle's doing. That's what other cities are doing too. For that reason, you need to deny this tower. It's pure speculation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. There was a couple other people that had their hands raised. Go ahead and come up.
Thank you again. Vivian Lockery, 2211 North 19th Street in Boise.
Thank you.
I want to clarify a couple things that I heard in comments from the previous agenda item. And one is, the 1996 Telecom Act is 25 years antiquated. And, the reference to the DC Circuit Court of Appeals ruling against the FCC, the DC Circuit Court of Appeals, and I only learned this recently, and that's why I'm sharing it with you, because it was news to me, is one of the highest courts in the land. It's equal to the Supreme Court, except in the case of an appeal. So it's a national court higher than circuit courts. And so, of course, we would want to abide by anything that came down through the Ninth Circuit Court, because that's our area. But the DC Circuit Court is a very high court. And then I really understand your concern about policy versus land use. And, we want to have reasonable objective criteria, which the FCC allows in considering proposed facilities. In the world of Idaho law, that's land use, the Land Use Policy Act. And so we can have objective criteria that are designed to protect property and property rights, ensure adequate facilities, protect environmental features, protect life and property, deal with aesthetics, all of these things. There's a lot of territory that's absolutely protected under anybody's reasonable interpretation of the Federal Telecommunications Act. Industry representatives would have you think otherwise, that our hands are tied. But there are numerous municipalities throughout the country, including Idaho, and Eagle's a good example. It's already been mentioned that they updated their wireless ordinance to prohibit wireless communication facilities in residential land use zones. So, and then just talking about there was no good in-building and in-vehicle coverage due to distance from other towers. I have some close friends that live in Star. One of them's only 0.7 miles from this proposed location. And if the closest tower is only 2.6 miles away, why is it they have adequate coverage in their homes and driving around town? And I never have any problem when I go out there. I don't know about this map that they provide. I've seen those in other hearings with the city of Boise, and it just doesn't make sense to me as a proper propagation study. So, and learning about this, I so agree with your interpretation, because it's my experience. It's like drinking from a fire hose. We all need to get educated, and thank you for the opportunity to share this important information.
Thank you for taking your time tonight. Is there anybody else that would like to talk? And do we have anybody else online? So now we'll come back to questions for,
And Madam Chair, former member of the public who testified would like to submit an article as an exhibit, so we'll make this exhibit number 35.
Exhibit 35.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. What questions do we have?
Is the applicant going to have a rebuttal?
We need to ask questions to Mr. Letzing, and then, once we're done with that, then we'll ask the applicant. So I want to give everybody a chance to ask questions. This is our last chance to ask questions. Okay, well, no questions, and so we'll look to the applicant to give us their rebuttal.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and members of the commission. Appreciate your time here tonight. Just one moment, let me pull up this notes that I've got here. We've heard a lot of testimony, and not just on this issue, or excuse me, not just on this application, but on the prior application about health effects. And I can tell you, that the DC Court of Appeals, Commissioner Birch had it exactly correct. It's irrelevant to the considerations that are before us today. We're governed by the Ninth Circuit, and we're governed beyond that by the U.S. Supreme Court. I appreciate that the DC Court of Appeals is a powerful circuit or a powerful appeals court, but it doesn't apply to us. I'll also mention that the court didn't invalidate the findings. It said, we need more support for your findings. I just thought it was interesting the way that was portrayed throughout today's information as being that it was invalid, and that just isn't the case. Really quickly, I'd also like to mention one of the things that has been discussed is that this site is in the middle of a residential area and in the middle of future homes. I would note that cell towers are allowed in this zone with a conditional use permit. That's it. To change that would require a code change, which is what the county commission is there for. I'd also point out that although we were called a speculator, we're not speculating. We have an anchor tenant in AT&T who asked us to look in this area. We've provided everything that's required by Ada County Code, and we've been deemed by staff to comply with both the code and with the applicable STAR comprehensive plan. We're compliant with all standards and all required findings. We'd ask the commission to approve our application and allow us to withdraw or to pull this conditional use permit or to receive it, obtain it. And that's all we have.
So thank
Staff
you.
for questions.
What
Yeah.
questions do we have? Any questions? Commissioner Birch?
Mr. Leonard, I don't want you to feel caught off guard when we actually close the public meeting and we have the discussion here. I'll tell you what my concern is. I've had experience dealing with locating a number of these cell towers. And my experience is that they generally go into commercial areas. And there are a number of commercial areas in Star. And I know this is derogatory, but up around Toontown, for example, they've got the storage area behind that, flat area. We've got all the businesses along State Street. What mystifies me is that this seems to be the best location. I just have a hard time believing that the cell tower would not function equally well in any of those commercial areas. And I also have a hard time believing that the owners of those commercial properties would be unwilling to lease ground to you for a cell tower. And I'm just curious your response to that.
Thank you, Commissioner Birch, and chair members of the commission. The center of Star, that commercial area of Star, is not the coverage objective in this case, Commissioner Birch. And I appreciate your comments that they've been in commercial areas in the past. As of right now, if we were to continue putting cell towers in commercial areas, we would have a very well-covered commercial area and no coverage out in the residential areas. As the commission and Commissioner Birch, as you're aware, Star has a pretty clear delineation between the two. A lot of the business and commercial area right along State Street, and the residential are back from State Street. And this is intended to serve the residential areas back from State Street. One of the things that we're realizing as we're rolling out wireless, it's not just for cell phones. It's for other devices as well. Cars are same theory or same equipment, but cars are more and more equipped with these. And there's an increase in use in residential areas. And that's been particularly true, as you can imagine, as a result of COVID. And having multiple people using, especially when they were doing school from home, using the Wi-Fi in the home. I have two kids. I live in Eagle, out on the edge of Eagle, towards Star and unincorporated Ada County. We would often have to switch to a cell connection for one of my kids to be able to have them both using their I think they use Zoom, but it was one of the virtual formats. We'd also point out that this area and the reason for this here is that there's a lot of future residential growth in this area. As we mentioned, residences use these towers. It's also important to note that AT&T is the first responder program for emergency services. They have obtained a contract with the federal government to install first responder only system on towers that are occupied by AT&T. The other thing I would point out is that as we noted earlier, there's a planned future connection of floating feather that's going to go right by this tower. And with that planned future connection, I anticipate that although there will be houses all around this area, that it will bring additional commercial to that area. And we're looking to meet that growth and have that capacity available for customers. This is one of those circumstances where, absent a tower at this location, the coverage hole that's created is substantial and significant enough that it's affecting the carrier's ability to effectively provide wireless service in this area. I know that there were some shots taken at the propagation maps that we use. I can tell you that those are definitely data-based and that they are based on not just the location and the height, but also the topography. In this area, recognizing that it's relatively flat, buildings themselves can absorb and block cell tower signal and RF signal. And the more buildings there are, the more there is to absorb and block. In particular, brick and the heavy mortars, things like that are very absorptive materials, and make it so that these towers need to be closer together. And I would note that even in this instance, they're well outside the 2 mile distance that were required to justify to build a tower under Ada County Code. Appreciate the opportunity to explain that, Commissioner Birch.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. What are the comments, Commissioner Roush?
Madam Chair, thank you. Mr. Leonard, I just wanted to ask for clarification regarding the authority that the DC Circuit Court of Appeals has, and clarify a difference between persuasive versus mandatory authority versus totally irrelevant.
With regard to zoning decisions in Idaho?
With regard to applicability in the FCC, right? That's I guess the ultimate concern here is my understanding, and its influence in Idaho.
Sure, I appreciate your question, Commissioner, and I can tell you that there is a difference between persuasive and precedential opinions or argument in these cases. In this instance, where the state of Idaho doesn't have its own FCC, and the FCC is nationwide, I understand where your question's coming from. With that said, I think that the comments that you've heard about the FCC decision in the District of Columbia they incorrectly characterize that decision first, and second, I think they're of pretty minimal applicability from a persuasive or from a precedential standpoint when the Ninth Circuit has upheld the Telecommunications Act, saying you can't deny for health-based reasons. And so I think there's very little applicability of that case in this instance. I think we're operating under the 1996 rules of the FCC. They were attempting to try and upgrade those and update those, and the court said that they had not done it correctly administratively and sent them back on remand to do it, and that's what's happening right now.
Thank you. I
Follow-up
appreciate
question?
it. Yeah. No, thank you.
Okay. Any other questions? So if there's no more questions, I'll close the public hearing. And I'll make a comment. I'm not an attorney, and I'm not a scientist, and I'm not an engineer. So I didn't understand what that little last interaction was, but I'll trust that somebody else did. Okay, we get a choice between approval, denial, or tabling. So I need a motion from the commissioners in order to start discussion. A motion and a second.
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Exton.
I move to approve project 202103161CU. Subject, or was that the last one? Is that the right number? It is the wrong number. My apologies. I move to approve 202103048CU. Subject to the conditions of the approval attached to Exhibit A and based upon the findings of fact and conclusions of law contained herein and the testimony from the public hearing.
Thank you. Is there a second? Is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, Commissioner Wickstrom is going to second it, so we can talk about it. You get to go first, Commissioner
All right.
Exton.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Well, I do agree. I think it is a little bit weird having it like truly in someone's backyard. The applicant, I feel like, did make a very fair point about how if it was all in the commercial areas of Star, that'd be great for the commercial areas of Star for coverage. But also there is a lease agreement, so the owner of that land is, okay with that tower being there. And I do think, continuing that conversation from our last agenda item where we're in charge of the land use rather than, the health effects, plus the fact that the FCC, they have to follow those regulations, regardless of what happens to the FCC in the future. Assume if the regulations change, they would have to still be in accordance with the new regulations. But no, I'm just in favor of it kind of based off our prior discussions and all that.
So, thank you. Commissioner Colston?
Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I mean, I feel for you guys, or your guys' feelings and everything else like that, and how other people have concerns each way. But I mean, when it comes down to it, I'm not a doctor. Again, I can't sit here and say yay or nay either way on that. I have to go by what staff presents in front of us, and if it meets all the, the FEC or whatever that, the board is that governs that, as far as that goes, I have to look at the land use and how it affects as far as what it's used for. So that's basically where I'm at.
Thank you. Commissioner Birch?
Yeah, we're kind of put in the difficult position here of just, again, we're not going to make policy. We don't have that authority to make policy. And of having to take the applicant's word for it that there really isn't a better place in Star than where this tower is located. And again, we're not the final say. I hate always saying you can appeal this, but it can be appealed. And so I'm on the fence, but I'm leaning toward approval.
Thank you. Commissioner Wickstrom?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, it's an awfully big fence that we all can sit on, and right now, this is like the previous application, just on steroids, just because it's so close to residential areas. Just looking through the tower has to comply with FCC standards and all state, local, federal standards. It does provide coverage, the way the footprint of this tower would cover all of Star, it looks like. And at times we're going to need that, and with COVID and all the additional use that's going to be in that area, it's going to be able to see where some people, relatively a small number of people are going to be affected by it visually. And as far as health-wise, who knows?
Yeah. Commissioner Roush?
Madam Chair, thank you. I would emulate most all of your thoughts and concerns, and it's not my specialty, and by any means. And like I said earlier, appreciate all of the credentials that are in the room that provided information to this commission. And like Commissioner Birch was discussing, as far as the appropriate authority and where those concerns need to be taken, it's not lost on my ears, and I appreciate the individuals that come to if for nothing else, to educate and put that information out on both sides. And Mr. Leonard providing the information for my questions, because we're just all trying to figure out what's the concerns and what's within our left and right limit. I think I said earlier tonight, and staying within that and making sure that we're operating within it, and doing right by everybody involved.
Thank you. And I really appreciate everybody taking time on a Thursday night at 10:30 to be here and provide your public input. And I appreciate the professionalism, and I appreciate the deep experiences and the deep backgrounds that people have. So I really appreciate it, and I think that this isn't the last time we're going to hear about 5G and cell phone towers. So,
Madam Chair, there's one, on the positive side, is that there is a precedent, or there is one city that has taken the step to move away from cell towers, and it's something that can be built on by groups that are interested in that. Or it's a place for them to go to, a legislative body, whether it's a city council, a mayor, or the county supervisor, county commissioners, and use what's been done, what might be working, and something to build on. This isn't necessarily the place to start.
yeah, I would agree with that. Okay, any more comments? And then we'll call for the vote. There's a motion on the floor to approve. I have to get back to my agenda. Project number 202103048. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Let the motion reflect that the project passed or was approved. So thank you very much.
Can I ask a question?
Usually we don't take questions.
Well, it doesn't make sure we're not doing minutes first. Minutes are last, I believe. Nope.
Oh, minutes are next.
Let's
So
touch
is there a
base.
motion to approve this, huge parcel of minutes?
Madam Chair,
Commissioner Exton,
I would like to move to approve the minutes from the January 13th, 2022 Planning and Zoning meeting.
is there a second?
I'll second.
Commissioner Wickstrom, is there any conversation? Thank you to staff for all the hard work. So, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? So let the minutes reflect that the motion passed. Thank you.
All right, thank you. Yeah, big thanks to Eli and Amelia for putting so much time into that. And, we'll get into a little bit earlier next time. That was kind of, as you're aware, we're kind of turning over with staff in my division right now. So, but they did a great job of jumping in there. So let me just give you a quick rundown on what happened at the board last night. Let's see, we had a vacation for a right-of-way plat note tabled. There's additional conversation happening around that one. We had a vacation or a variance for an accessory structure tabled. There's an associated appeal related to a temporary living quarters that will be heard in association with that one. We had a time extension for an apartment project in the Crosswinds development off Cloverdale Road. Another variance for relief for a secondary dwelling
We're getting a lot of those. We're really looking forward to rewriting that section of our code. This is in the Glen Stewart Lane area. We adopted the Transportation Action Plan, so that's official. We're officially going to be recognizing that in future hearings. You guys please make all the references you want to our Transportation Action Plan. We're asking staff to do the same. There was a variance for a secondary dwelling approved out in the Star area off of Highway 16. There's also a variance for property boundary adjustment off Twin View Lane. And that was a unique one in that it was an old non-farm sub. Someone had deeded the property to somebody they shouldn't have, and we were there to try to help them clean it up. So that was approved as well. And then finally, kind of really big news, the first or the largest solar farm in Idaho to be, once constructed and built out, was approved in South Ada County near the Orchard Access Road area and kind of Monroe Avenue, Interstate 84, right on the Ada County, Elmore County boundary. And that was approved as well. So stand for any questions.
Madam Chair. I was just curious, has the sparkling winery that was approved 2 meetings ago, has that been appealed yet?
Yes, there was an appeal filed on that, and so we are working through it. I'm not sure we've scheduled a date just yet. I think it's likely going to be April. I think
I was just curious on that.
before the
Thank
board.
you.
Yes, that was appealed. So, anything else?
I have a question that's not about these minutes. So does anybody else have questions about these minutes?
Or the meeting last
The
night?
meeting last
Oh,
night,
okay.
yeah. So my question is the comment that was made about currently rewriting our tower, cell
Yeah.
phone tower.
Yeah, we are, so I'm working on that code right now. There's no section of that code in our zoning ordinance that we're reworking right now. I know that there is efforts made by Mr. DeHaas and other members of the community to try to come up with some universal 5G approach to things, and they are talking to elected leadership, but staff hasn't been directed to change our ordinance at this point.
Okay, so I,
And there was a massive overhaul on that. I don't know if you were here
yeah.
last time. That was worked out probably 2-ish years ago. So yeah, ours is pretty up to date, and if you look at other jurisdictions, we've got a pretty robust one in terms of what we require people to submit, the approvals they have to get, that sort of thing. So I think that coming from Boise, I can tell you that this one's got a lot more teeth in it than what we had in Boise, so.
Well, thank you. I just wanted to
Yeah.
know the status. Any other questions?
Okay, well, thank you, everyone. We got out of here earlier than last month, so congratulations, and
Just a general question, that any submissions that were made for the second module, were there any changes made or do we know?
oh, after your comments, is that?
Well, mine in particular, I guess, yeah.
Yeah, so we actually met with the board yesterday. I believe it was yesterday or the day before. I apologize, this week's kind of blurring together. And they had some great stuff. The winery thing that you brought up, they also are, with all the appeals and conversations surrounding that, they're asking us to maybe dig in and rework that section of the ordinance a little more in depth. So we're going to try that. But beyond that, there weren't a lot of other things that they were particularly concerned with. Water is always an issue. They want us to continue to figure out how to be more responsible there in whatever way we can. But yeah, that was about it. So
I'm curious. Many meetings ago, we approved an ostrich slaughterhouse. Is that thing built? Is it in-
yeah, to my knowledge, it has been, because I joke all the time about when's our next ostrich farm coming in. I think it has, yeah, and but I'll get you some more details. In fact, our building official brought in some ostrich jerky one day, and he thought it was from that farm, and it wasn't. But we were all kind of laughing about that. So I think it's up and running. Okay.
It's online.
Yeah.
Yeah,
On Facebook.
we looked at it. I haven't ordered from it yet. They were out when I went online to order from it.
Is it sold in the form of dog food or is?
No, it's real deal.
You can eat, I've ate a piece of the ostrich jerky. It was a little weird, but
real deal.
I'd probably eat it again.
Just a big bird, right?
Yeah. There's an ostrich farm in California visited.
Well, thank you,
Eating
guys.
ostriches.
Yeah, thank you, and thank you for not needing to table anything. You get a whole month off, so I was a little concerned that we were going to find ourselves back here in 2 weeks. So we will see you guys in March.
Okay, good.
Thank you.
Do you have more things for me to sign?
We do, yeah. I've got stuff here for you.
Motion to recess.
Good job tonight.
Thank you.
Are we supposed to motion to recess?
Oh, we're adjourned.
We're adjourned? Done?
Yep, sorry.